right there. You can pause, then you can go. What we're going to be doing today, gentlemen, is we are going to continue coding some of them starfighters. Now, that is something that we've been doing for a while now, but it's not done yet. It's not done yet in relation to the break I took. That can collapse. Can collapse. Let's see, where did we leave that off? I think I had last completed the B-Wing. Units do have to fold open. There we go. I do believe the B-Wing is successfully done, including the elite version. I've been considering putting some plasma torpedoes on the TIE interdictor. It's just not quite there, you know, in terms of bombing stuff. It's not quite there. Hi Dutch. Welcome back, dude. How's modding life? Slow. Well, I say that. It's not necessarily been going slow, as that I personally myself have not been doing a whole lot of it. But we are organizing the mod work basically, and we have been doing so over the past, I don't know, past week or so. Set up a Trello account to better keep track of the work on remake, stuff that still has to be done, stuff that is in progress, things we yet want to do. There's still some stuff missing from this list, especially in the done list. We basically only started putting stuff here that yet has to be done. Not everything that's already complete. So we have that, a little bit of organizatory stuff. Yeah, easier to keep track of things. Let's see, what else? I have obtained permission from Farseer to use the Advice of the Mandalorian's particle effects, things like explosions, fires, that kind of stuff, which is nice because those particles are really good. Farseer is an amazing particle artist. Actually, Farseer in general is just good at basically everything. It's kind of maddening seeing someone that's like, he's good at everything. That's of course years and years and years of experience for you. I do believe I am done with the B-Wing, including the elite version. Let me have a cheeky starfighter update. Is it this one that I need to look at? Any will do, basically. Any will do. New starfighter batch. There's a number of changes that have to be made per unit, and to keep track of them, I basically look through the Git repository, and here you can see all the wonderful changes that have to be made. So I'm quickly going to check if we did everything on the Elite B-Wing, and that means we can move on to the next one, which is the E-Wing. I also at some point want to do a Starfighter showcase, really, to show what they, how they function right now, because people at this point have no idea how they actually work. Even members of the team right now don't. That's a bit unfortunate. But without everything else also being functional, there's limited value in watching how they work right now, aside from just dogfighting between themselves. Things like it's a good song, by the way. Things like shield regen currently is way OP on ships and star bases, so that's a thing. But I'll show how it looks, at least. I'll show how it looks. In fact, I can do that right now. Can I do that right now? If I code the X-Wing and Y-Wing, I can show you all the basic rosters, basically. You know what? Tell you so. Finish the rest of the Rebel Starfighters, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 units. That won't be that much work, and then I'll show you in skirmish how they work, and then you're just gonna have to imagine that the shield regen on ships and star bases isn't as high as it currently is. I posted in the art channel. Look at that. Of course, Vrock has started a study where he actually... Ooh, that is not bad. That is not bad. Do I spy with my little eye optimization on these cylinders? Doing me proud, Rock. Doing me proud. Optimization, folks. It's important. It's important. You know, it's nice if you can make a model with 1,000,000 polygons, but to do that which a million try model does with say 100,000 tries. Now that is far more impressive. But yeah, looking good so far. I can see that you're using a bunch of techniques that I myself do not know jack about, such as how to make these nice little ribbons. I guess I could do that using... yeah, okay, maybe I could do that, but... since he's actually properly learning modeling, he's learning a lot of neat basics that hobbyists like myself have never really come in contact with, so far more of a thorough kind of basis to start building on. Ah, right, yeah, the Lizardman theme. I always thought that was one of the less inspired ones from Warhammer. I don't know why. I'm gonna remove it and I'll let you listen to the High Elf soundtrack, and then I'll let you make up your own mind as to which one has a bit more theme to it. Let me check out that delete. Yeah, I already copied over the... I want to see if this formation works. Haven't seen this formation in game yet. I hope it works. You know what? We're just gonna do that test right now. Screw it. We're gonna do that test right now. I hope the mod launches. That'd be great. You never quite know everything that has, you know, transpired. Nice. MWI doing a bunch of good stuff. Lots of good stuff. Okay. Dude, working on skirmish upgrades. Oh man, there's a lot of exciting stuff happening with these skirmish upgrades. Mutually exclusive upgrades, guys, that let you spec into certain doctrines for the Empire, or pick a faction as the criminal underworld, stuff like that, which basically lets you unlock certain units, but it locks other units. Like, you can follow the Tarkin doctrine, or you can follow the Throne doctrine, and based on that, you either get... Brock, welcome back, dude. Welcome back, man.
How's it going?
Pretty well. Pretty well. I was just about to show off some of the starfighter stuff. This is not going to be anything special, gentlemen. This is not going to be anything special. But what I want to do is I want to spam a whole bunch of TIE bombers at a starbase, and I want you to see how terribly it fails to destroy the starbase. So yeah, you can follow stuff like doctrines like Thrawn and Tarkin, and then, for example, if you pick Tarkin, you unlock like bigger battle cruisers. This is all skirmish, by the way. At least for the time being, it's all skirmish. And the Thrawn doctrine, for example, will unlock things like the TIE Defender, the missile boat, and a couple of frigates. Welcome back to the War Council, man. Oh, who was that? That was Nico. Jeff Bezos sends his regards.
Jeff Bezos sends his regards.
Before being stabbed wildly in the heart, of course. Oh, and that is another one. Oh man, I need to get my Excel spreadsheet out of the way, because I can't even see half of these flav. Thank you too, man. I appreciate that, guys. I really appreciate that. I will get to chat in a hot second. Flav and Nico. Emperor Nico. Back, dude. And of course, Flav.
Execute Order 66.
I see how it is. I got a peek on how to spell that properly. Flavivsatives. Flavivis. V-A-V-E. Tis. That's it. Welcome back to the War Council, dude. thanks for resubbing. So yeah, you're gonna have to see through some of the issues right now, as you might know. A lot of stuff is currently in. Did we change? No, we changed it back. Oh fuck! I thought we had this one wonderful button here that just said click this once. We need to change that back. I'll let MWI know actually right now. Could you on these two button change? It used to say click this button once and then the correct maps appear. We kind of want that so the people know to click that button once. But the official maps being the wrong vanilla ones. Okay. There we go. Alright, gentlemen, this is what's gonna happen. I am going to spam a whole lot of TIE bombers. Let's pick a map that's not too massive. Let's pick Corbin. I've been using Corbin for most testing. Should be fine. So I am going to spam a whole bunch of TIE bombers at the enemy starbase, and then if all goes well, it will fail horrifically. And if it is effective, well then it is effective. But that means we have some tweaking left to do. Yeah. 2020 delivery. Yeah, thankfully the pizza boys are still delivering. Thankfully, I wonder if we get a full lockdown, if they're still able to actually deliver pizza. Obviously, you know, logic would say no, but all right. I'll just send some stuff here so we can keep this test going. Let's see, TIE bomber. So these are the TIE fighters. You know, nothing special. We've seen these. This is just normal things, normal stuff. Do this so you can see the FPS. I like keeping track of the frames per second. Has anything happened here since last time? Not really. Let's pick up some laser boys. Maybe a missile in the front. Who wants a regular mine? I'm just building these so we can get this, keep this going, because this first wave is going to die a horrific death. Should the AI function? Yeah, should function. Let's build a Space Fortress, and that shit doesn't really do anything right now. Do you think the upgrades work? I don't know. Not a clue. Let's just move forward. Okay, you know what? We can probably take these. These are Z95s. These are coded. They kind of come in a 2-flighter, as you can see, of 3 guys, 6 per squadron. Our TIEs, of course, come in 12. And while their Z95s do outclass our TIEs, we should, when they get in a dogfight. Okay, now that is not so good. Now we are going to get absolutely shredded. That is not good. Here you can see the regular missiles of the Z95s. They don't always hit, but when they do, it's quite nice. They won't one-shot the bombers. I actually need to drop these in, otherwise I will lose vision of this area. And here you can already see the first thing that we did to kind of make bomber spam directly at starbase less effective. There is a massive radius around the starbase where you cannot drop in. I'm also going to keep a bomber squadron over here so we can actually check out, check out the map. Ice Kling, welcome back, dude. How is it?
Almost on the 20, a long route.
Yeah, you can see 19 months, dude. That is a long time. We've been here for a while. Welcome back to the War Counts, dude. I'll get this bombing run started. Actually, I won't, because then you guys won't see. I want to quickly talk you through the bombing run and what I did, what you're seeing on the screen, and why why it is the way that it is. Again, nothing fancy, but I just want to talk through it. Ice cream? 20. Almost at the 20 months. 19. 1.5 years passed. Welcome back, dude. Quick peek at chat. Finally found a half decent pizza place near me. Nice. Simonetti's. I don't know if that one. Is that a local thing? Doesn't sound like a chain. At least not that I know. Okay. Now, you guys can stay here. Alright, we currently have a level 2 station. Alright, so we are going to be starting our run. Okay, you guys turn around and attempt to engage because you won't make it out. You won't. We're not gonna make it! Okay, now the range of bombers has been slightly reduced. These guys are now attacking these, that's okay. Currently, what we have for TIE bombers specifically is a flight of 8 guys. That's because they're still kind of TIEs and they're unshielded and they're kind of cheap-ish. So they come with 8 instead of 6. They fire 2 proton torpedoes and 1 regular missile, general purpose missile. You know, no real strength, no real weaknesses, but pretty effective nonetheless. I didn't want to make regular missile shit. They're basically just in between high explosive and armor piercing, kind of in the middle. Which still makes them pretty useful. Still gotta do something about missile trails. The purple, of course, is the proton torpedo, and then the missile is the yellow. Those are faster, as you can see. And here you can see I spread it out into 2 formations, basically, to try to spread out the damage a little bit. You can do that better. I think we blew the load a little early. Oh, that is a bit more effective than that should be. How much damage do those do? I did fix the damage matrix a while ago. Okay, let's keep this going. I said I was going to do the whole bomber spam thingy. So let's do this. So aside from the fact that the bombers are now far lower range because torpedoes and such and missiles they need to get in closer before they can actually fire. While individual torpedoes and such do more damage, that's actually not. That is too powerful. Did I mess up on the? Did I mess up on the matrix? I might have actually. I think I did. You'll also notice a slight particle change on the trails. They now come with a very light smoke. Okay, that is definitely incorrect. As you can see, they die fairly rapidly, mostly because they are unshielded. Shielded targets have a far higher chance of actually surviving. Man, that is too powerful. How much damage do they do right now? For I think it is like 220. 240. And the advanced dealt... No, they already deal 160. Did I not update the matrix with that? I thought I did. Did I break it again, or did I revert the change? I think I accidentally reverted the change. This is far more powerful than it should be. Like, this base should not be going down right now. Aside from the fact that you can easily intercept these if you just have like a couple of fighters around your base. And the fact that, as you can see, they are far lower range right now. Here you can see the attack run, missiles, 2 torpedoes. There's a slight delay in between the torpedo fire. Not sufficient that the first wave hits before the second wave launches. Maybe I should change that. I should probably change that. Didn't look as good though, and if your bomber happens to die before the first wave actually hits, then of course the bomber is not going to get the second torpedo wave off. And for lighter bombers like these that do have a tendency of dying, that is not nearly as effective. Okay, yeah, this is faulty. This is not as it should be. Okay, abort test. This is why we test, gentlemen. This is why we test. What is going on in my damage matrix, gentlemen? Give me my game constants, and let's see what's up. Torpedo, proton torpedo, 8 damage. Proton torpedo, 160. Really? Really? Firing twice, yeah. Actually, if Smalls' rework goes through, this is zero fucking issue. Because in his bloody system, units like the ISD go up to like how many points was it? Like fucking 100,000 or some shit. Hold up, let me read this for a second. Show on the official map pool without having to press that button. Oh. That's good to know. Brendan just told me there is a way to make the map show up properly. That is actually really useful. We might keep those then. Why would we then have the second category if we stuff everything in that one? I don't know. We'll see. Let me hop on to Small's spreadsheet for a second. Which is... Where's that spreadsheet? Where, oh where? This is just... Okay, this is the wrong one. Let me have a quick look at this, because while currently these values are way too high, I had already adjusted that, but here we go. Okay, let's have a look at how bad these values are in the new system. Ships. Yeah, see, when your ships have like 150,000 HP, I feel like these values become less of a problem, because currently these have like 40,000, which is substantially less. Okay, I'm going to chalk this up as it is not at all a problem. Because this rework is eventually going to go through with some modifications. I still have to compile my thoughts about that in a coherent manner, actually. Only thing I'm not necessarily sure of is the total ship damage currently, but that should be fine, really. An AP missile deals more damage than a proton torpedo right now. Guess that's kind of okay. We'll see when the ship rework eventually makes it in. Anyhow, am I gonna show more? Yeah, I want to. Let's do some. Are X-wings coded? I think they're coded. Yeah, most of the rebels aren't actually coded. No, the A-wing and the X-wing should be good to go. Actually, I can show those. Tried Luigi's, not as good. Inicios. I don't actually know any of those. We don't have those. We have Domino's around. We have the New York Pizza, which is where I always go to, and then there is a bunch of local chains, which are all kind of middling, really. Nothing really that exciting. Chad Bomber versus Vision Space Dish. Yeah, that wasn't as planned, but I'm not gonna spend some time reworking that when eventually it is to be reworked regardless. Let's do Rebel versus Empire, and let's wreck some Imperial fighters with some X-Wings. In larger numbers, X-Wings do get a lot more effective. Currently, TIE fighters have a very slight chance of winning in a dogfight against X-Wings. The vast majority of the time, the X-Wings are victorious. TIE interceptors, on the other hand, those are a very credible threat. Those are a very credible threat. Let's upgrade that. You'll also notice that we can't really build any ships here anymore. It's because they're all locked to the frigate and capital shipyards.
Where's the trouble?
Why are you guys breaking formation so much?
Going in full throttle.
Are you going in full throttle? Why is my squadron tolerance offset not set correctly? What's up with that, son? We are supposed to stick together.
C-95 standing by.
We are supposed to stick a little closer together than that. There we go. Some X-Wings. I don't think the Y-Wings are currently... I'll level up there.
Squadron reporting.
Reinforcements en route.
I have reworked the formation of the X-Wing to also come in the current, like, two-flight system. Most strike fighters have this formation because it gets the starfighters right up in the enemy. It basically gets them all firing at once. The first volley of this formation is very powerful, whereas, for example, the bomber being in two flights that are spread out kind of in length. It's a lot more spread out, which is of course completely intentional. Did I already do this? No, I didn't. Okay, yeah, no, these are not functional right
Ready
now.
for orders. Target confirmed.
Let's do Z95 versus TIE Fighter for a second without interference. If they engage, oh shit, that's a lot of TIE. Okay, never mind. We are going in.
Where's the trouble?
Now they will, the Z95s will be outmaneuvered by the TIE Fighters. I think they're running. Or at least they're trying to run, they're not succeeding.
Calling for me, sir. Scanning for target. As good as gone.
The medium lasers on the X-Wing are really quite effective. And if the enemy does run, the X-Wing will be able to shoot them down. It takes them a while for the light lasers of the X-Wing or of the TIE Fighters to chew through units with kind of more health and shields, of course. Yeah, okay, here we get completely destroyed. Two X-Wing squadrons versus, or two TIE Fighter squadrons versus one X-Wing squadrons equals dead X-Wings. And then you have the TIE Interceptor, which is very, very, very nasty. The Interceptors come in a squadron of 8, whereas the Fighters come in a squadron of 12. That's because these are substantially more powerful due to the additional wingtip mounted light repeating lasers. They're a real threat. TIE Interceptors can actually win from X-Wings. I haven't really tested specifically how often, but I would say they're about evenly matched. If they dogfight, if they don't, then the X-Wing has a decent chance of just surviving.
Standing by.
Not you.
Reinforcements en route.
You.
Squadron reporting. C-95.
Oh yeah, the Z95s are just going to get absolutely mopped up. The problem with the Interceptors is they are very, very fast, very maneuverable, and with their burst fire capability, they can basically burst through the shields
Send me on my way.
of shielded starfighters and then just stay behind them and keep pounding. It's quite dangerous, actually. Where's the X-Wings? I left those X-Wings.
Where's the trouble?
Where did I leave those X-Wings? I think they're dead, Jim. Okay, let's drop in some more.
C-95.
Here we have Z95 versus more TIE Fighters. The dynamic between the shields is quite important, gentlemen, because of course shielded units will be able to take some... Oh, here we go. Full frontal X-Wing versus TIE Fighter. Except they didn't engage, so we can probably get behind them and attempt to mop them up. Oh, and now they're kind of behind me. That is not good. Let's see how that goes. There is some supporting fire from this Vindicator, but that should not matter too much. We have an extremely high likelihood of mopping up the TIE Fighters without losing an X-Wing. Especially because the first strike of the TIE Fighters did not actually happen. They did not actually fly right into the X-Wings and come in with like 12 fighters worth of lasers that just focus straight on, which is very devastating, and you can lose X-Wings to that. What is happening here? We are running on some Z95s versus Interceptors. I'm gonna reinforce that with a couple of X-Wings, and then we should be able to kill them. Okay, here we go. And then we get more. Okay, now we have 2 Interceptors and more TIE Fighters here. Now again, these will not hit that often. Those, yeah, nah. Okay, so V-Wings, gentlemen, they're not really that trash, actually. They come with 8 per squadron. They have light shields, they have light armor, and they have very light hull. Oh wow, everything died. Yeah. Interceptors. If Interceptors can just stay alive for just a little while and do their thing, they are so fucking strong. They will chew through all your HP and your shields. What is this? Upgrades? Rebel Cell. Faction focus. Okay. We got faction focuses now. Listen, there's a lot happening at once in the mod right now. I don't keep up with everything. Because that's impossible. I have a lot of other things I need to think about as well. Okay, we got some boys coming in. Let's try to intercept those with some of these again. If they don't come in head on, we have a decent chance of just killing them, and the starbase is already softening them up. So those torpedoes are never going to hit in a million years, but that's okay. Let's see if we can find some more starfighters to engage, so I can show you how that works. These ones are functional. We can show these. These have been coded and good to go.
Looking for enemies. Proceeding. Squadron, move out.
Now, don't underestimate the V-Wings, gentlemen. While they may not have the most... Oh, dear. Okay, well, at least the TIE Fighters ran. If the TIE Fighters run, you can get them. Okay, those are not ready, I don't think. Are they ready? No, they are ready.
Moving out.
They are ready. I don't think the damage matrix works on them properly, but... Now, the torpedoes here can hit them. There is no torpedo burn happening right now. Is that correct? Am I seeing that correctly? Particle doesn't work. That doesn't mean that... Oh no! And here come the unit. Okay, they moved away. If your starfighters are busy and then like some rando fucking interceptor squadron comes in from out of nowhere, you are so fucked. I would like to demonstrate that in a head-on engagement, but so far they have been reluctant to actually engage. We just lost 3 X-Wings in like 0.5 seconds. And then we lost more X-Wings shortly after. This is... Don't try to head-on interceptors. That's just not good for your health.
Space station under attack.
Now, I'm not really playing the game right now. I'm mostly trying to get these fighters engagements going, so we are horrifically losing.
C-95 standing by.
I would like the AI to build a couple more different ties, because the ties right now are pretty much all... no, they are all working actually, every single one of them. Not sure why they don't. They do upgrade their base, I'm imagining. I'm gonna quickly hop over to their base and check that out. There's a upgrade problem. It's just one of the many things that we have to yet work out. Z95 advantage as a Republic fighter over the V-Wing is it has a missile launcher, which is really nice for anti-starfighter purposes. V-Wing is more maneuverable, however, less HP, has light repeating lasers instead of... that is a nasty crude. Let's actually hop into... Did I not have a second X-Wing squadron in there? Oh my god, dude, look at this shit. They just fucking like wrecked... Okay.
Reinforcements
We're gonna need some more boys. Oh, see, fighters can do it too, but they don't have that much. They don't have as much firepower. I want to show the B-Wing actually. I don't think we're gonna have the choice. I should have been upgrading that sooner. Okay, so what if we just throw in a whole bunch of sturdy X-Wings. Again, X-Wing one-on-one, very good. You get them in groups, the health kind of adds up and they're quite nice, but they're not going to add up as well as, say, Interceptors, whereas if you start clumping a whole bunch of TIE Interceptors, this is going to get so overwhelming and the firepower is going to go so through the roof that you're gonna... What the...
I copy. The launch bay is gone.
Jesus. X-Wings, gentlemen, they're not what they used to be. Well, they are what they used to be. They're still really good. Technically, their torpedo damage doubled in the new system. We need some A-wings, and we need all this like repaired. Hold on, let me just quickly repair this so we can keep this test going.
Repairing.
Now, A-Wings right now are quite nice. They too are equipped with a general purpose missile. Their cannons can basically swivel 360, which is really nice. They're still, you know, narrow fire arcs, but at least they can go in any, you know, backwards and shit and up and down. They're far smaller than the X-Wing. They're a lot faster. They accelerate like a motherfucker. They turn really well, and their speed is very high, and those assholes took that. So we should see much better results here in dogfighting capability, because it is not a general purpose starfighter like the, you know, if you hit it with a couple missiles, you're still fucked. Oh no, they're concussion missiles right now. They're concussion missiles right now, not general purpose. Concussion are better for dogfighters because they reduce the fire rate of enemy starfighters. It used to be a different combat mod, but I had to fix the combat mod, so okay. Now, good as, you know, A-Wings are with their small hitbox, fast acceleration, fast turn speed, swiveling cannons, and conch missiles, they're still not going to take that many TIE, so we're gonna have to reinforce that. I'm actually gonna toss in a few more weaker general purpose fighters here as well, in the form of the Z95, and then we're gonna hope that that kind of provides the bulk of the HP there. Because the HP is not going to come from the A-Wings. They're not tanky starfighters, gentlemen. They're not tanky starfighters. Okay, well that is not... Yeah, they're doing their best right now, but I don't think their best is going to be good enough. We need some splash damage, is what we need. I wanted to get that B-Wing online, but we are not going to get the chance. Okay. TIEs, gentlemen, they are more effective. They are more effective. Domino's is a shitty American fast food chain. Yeah, you know, anytime I have Domino's, which is never, I have the idea that I am chewing on a piece of cardboard, really. The Domino's, not so good. I like the New York much better. Finally up early enough to see one of these. Well, in that case, welcome, 10. Yeah, the streaming times right now are not that friendly to... what is the X-Wing test currently? Is that just TIE Fighters or is that Interceptors? I don't know. It's... Oh, no. It is both. We have... Oh, okay. So here we have... Let me just do this because I want to. So we have some Interceptors over here. I think they're going to pull back. That's usually what they do at the start of this test. So we have X-Wing versus Interceptors. And then we have X-Wing versus 2 TIE Fighters. Now, these are going to get completely mobbed up. These ones... I'd say it's up in the air, really. Now, the way that I try to envision Interceptors versus X-Wings, which you might think, well, this is a great general purpose fighter, you know, it's sturdy, medium armor, shield, has an astromech droid to repair hull points and stuff. Why are they dying to Interceptors? Well, Interceptors pure dogfighters, and they're pure trash at literally everything but dogfighting. If you get them in a dogfight, very, very nice unit, very deadly too. Lots of firepower, but they're unshielded, they don't have much HP, they have light armor. If you get these against anything else, against any kind of AA or against a ship or something, they're not going to be able to do shit. Whereas these ones, of course, they will be able to take some hits from anti-air fire. And their torpedo, of course, allows them to do, you know, supporting fire against ships as well. But against the very specific thing interdictors are supposed to do, which is dogfighting, they are pretty good. Alright, now then they're going to be coming around. And that's when we have to be extra careful, because that comes in with that first... Oh. No! Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, this is what one calls a very sad situation. Yeah, that's not good. I'm gonna write... Okay, yeah, this is already taking hull damage. I'm gonna write these off as dead. But these will stand a good chance of killing at least those.
Yes, sir. Let's do some damage.
Oh, wow. That guy actually lived. I'm very impressed. Oh, and then he didn't. See, that interceptor is just on the ass of that X-Wing, and it's just pow, 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 pow. And then it dies. Over here, we're having a lot more luck, of course. These unshielded, shitty ones without the extra firepower of the interceptor and the slightly added maneuverability and stuff. Not nearly as effective, because they simply lack the firepower. But if you get them in large numbers, which means that they do get the firepower, much better. It's also worth noting that the TIE fighters come with 12 and the interceptors come with 8. So, you know, you already got a little bit of extra firepower there. And technically more HP in the squadron. And that is just going to be up in the air as to who is going to be winning. So we're just going to kind of follow one X-Wing on its journey through this dogfight. And hopefully get some nice shots there. I hope this kind of gives you a general idea of what I wanted to do with the dogfights. This is nothing that I haven't shown on stream before. This is not actually with any of the new fighters. We're not actually seeing them shoot a whole lot. We are mopping them up slowly. Ah. Rip. I think that is it. No, there's still one of them left. Oh, that dude is flying on. That dude has a seat. He has a handle. He's got 2 wings and some laser cannons. He's got nothing else. Cockpit has been blown off.
Ready for orders.
Right leg might be gone.
Reporting in.
We did win that. I am amazed that we survived with both squadrons. That was when those interceptors came in from the back. I was like, okay, that is rip X-Wings. If I didn't move them out of the way right then and there, we would have totally lost them. Shipyards now, lots actually, quite a few. Yes. I do have to ask, why is the map called Space Forest? It's because it was kind of a test map. It's called Forest Fallout, actually. I'm gonna do that again from the Empire side. Because I'm 100% convinced that these interceptors can completely obliterate these X-Wings.
Interceptor squad reporting.
And I want to see that happen.
Course set.
Alright.
Orders, sir. Instructions
I want to
received.
see these interceptors just shrek these. You'll also notice, by the way, that on the first strike of the X-Wings, the torpedoes do fire. These do not instantly destroy a fighter, not a TIE fighter. There is not a single fighter that is going to go down in the mod right now to a single piece of ordnance, like a missile or a torpedo or something like that. As by design, I don't want the single launch, longer range weapons to be the be-all end-all of combat. Not until you get up to things like, I don't know, a missile boat or something. At which point you can just fire a hail of missiles and then, yeah, stuff will die.
Commencing attack run.
So I'm going to...
Watch for enemy
Yeah, that
ships.
dodged most of them. And then we go in. Okay, we got one X-Wing. Let's
Changing course
get
to
behind him,
intercept.
see what we can achieve here. We're still kind of flying in formation. Oh, what are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? You guys aren't supposed to be here.
Squadrons
You're wrecking my balance test.
ready for battle.
Let's see if we can focus on a interceptor and get some nice shots. If it doesn't blow up, of course. Oh, no, he almost got him. There we go, and we got him, and he's dead. Just like that. I believe that X-Wing already took some damage earlier, because they don't go down that fast. You do need him... Ooh, that torpedo was right in the cockpit.
Acquiring target.
Well, I mean, we kind of got most. Oh shit! Now, where's the other? Here they are.
TIE fighter here.
Roger that.
Man, this one interceptor is. Ah, that one too is flying by the seat of his pants. Just trying to get a. Oh no, couldn't do it. Couldn't do it.
TIE fighter over.
Sadly, the way the dogfighting works in this game is it can be a little messy sometimes. You can't really get the starfighters to necessarily target a specific starfighter and then make him chase that for all eternity. I've done a lot of trying with the, and here you can see that the damage will be so overwhelming that we should be able to mop up all these squadrons. Here, as you can see, that X-Wing. He will heal up, by the way. He will heal up the astromech. You know, it will slowly do its job, as you can see. Heal up that starfighter a little bit by bit. It's very slow. It's not as fast as shields, but still valuable.
I'll deal with the scum.
Ah, are both squadrons still gonna survive? I mean, there may only be like 4 X-Wings left, but that's still kind of impressive.
TIE fighter in position. TIE fighter copies.
Shields, gentlemen. In prolonged dogfight, shields are... Mwah. Interceptor shields are because they regenerate doubly as fast. Though lower overall shield points. See, as you can see here, that X-Wing, you know, that TIE fighter got through the shield and started doing hull damage, but it just does not have the firepower. If that were an interceptor, that would have been a different story. And 4 X-Wings survived. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. So how do I beat that? Right, that's just an interesting thing. So how do I beat that X-Wing squadron with these interceptors? I've consistently seen that work, by the way. Oh, Ranter Rave is following. I did not hear a sound there. There should have been a sound. Not sure if there was.
Form up.
All right.
Engines activated.
All right. Now we're just gonna do full frontal. No waiting around. Thank you for the follow, by the way, and welcome to the stream. We're doing a little showcasing on the starfighter combat right now. Ooh. Great, Slimy chatter. I know this is not as impressive as some of the later tier starfighters. I can show you that too if you like. Though I would like to get back to the coding so we can actually finish the rest of the fighters. Needs more B-Wing? Oh man, the B-Wing has so many weapons, it's fucking stupid. It's really stupid, the B-Wing is kind of crazy. Really good at bombing ships, not so good against starfighters. Gonna shower and go to bed? Alright, see you later, Flav. Have yourself a nice shower and sleep tight. Mixed K-Wing missile boat squadrons. Actually, I believe the missile boat would be quite effective versus the K-Wing. With all those missiles. And the K-Wing, of course, now really being able to dodge it.
Copy.
Are we gonna watch the interceptors or are we gonna watch the fighters? Well, how are these fighters not able... Like, one squadron, like maybe 1 in 10 times, can kill an X-Wing squadron. And that is just pure chance on the dogfight. So 2 of them should be able to just wreck through them. Now these interceptors should have a much better chance of doing it. Of course, there's 2 squadrons down here, but
Open fire.
like the laser cannons are low range, as you can see. They're also out of the map, which doesn't help. So the lower range of the laser cannons also means you gotta get the interceptors right on in there. Does take a while to get the positioning going. The squadron formation error tolerance is overridden when the dogfight initiates, so it doesn't help if you let them fly out further, because that only applies when they're idling, when they're not doing shit. And I strongly believe that these X-Wings should at some point get absolutely shreked. And I think that's what we're going to be seeing right now. Do they have the S-foils locked? I don't know why that's the case. X-Wings seem to lock S-foils in dogfights. I don't know why. I don't know why.
I'll take them myself.
Okay, now that the TIE fighters are behind the X-Wings and they're not out of range yet, now they're out of range.
Yes, Commander.
We'll get back in a minute. Now we have such an overmight that I fully expect them to just die. Now the S-foils might give them the speed, but their fire rate is of course reduced. Wait, all of those survived? I don't understand how these TIE fighters keep doing this. Wait, why are there 3 X-Wing squadrons?
Ready.
Oh, that's because I still had some of them. So that's why they've been surviving. They haven't at all been surviving, it's just that there was a squadron off the map somewhere we didn't see. That's why we had such weird results. Yeah, okay, with 3 X-Wing squadrons, that's gonna get a little iffy. Because now there's 3 lower tier TIE fighter squadrons against 3 X-Wings, and that is, you know, 1v1, they'll do well, usually. Because at that point, you need to really get the TIEs to focus fire on the individual X-Wings, and of course, the more there are, the harder it is to break through the shields and the repair of the S-Strongmen, right? And there's just not enough burst fire on most of these to make that happen. Let's show you the the defender. We're gonna do this again, gentlemen, and we are going to use the TIE defender. We are going to use the TIE defender. I want to show you the absolute wreckage that is the TIE defender right now. Infantry troop. What? Oh, we don't care about that. Not right now, anyway. Thanks for the fun stream. Heading out. Alright, see you later, man. One of my friends, ex-Viper, did some modding to make MP compatible. Aye. We need to hook him up with the latest version, actually. I did at one point send him something, but it had a crash somewhere, so that's unfortunate. So he couldn't really test anything. And I'm not that keen on just hooking people into the GitHub, into the Git repository. So that he can just, you know, pull the latest version like so. I'll just quickly do this. Now the TIE Defender has... it's got a lot of shit. The TIE Defender has heavy armor compared to the X-Wing's medium. It's got 10 more HP. It doesn't have an astromech. It has 50 more shield points. It regenerates like 1/6 faster just because it's a very advanced fighter. There's 6 per squadron, just like the X-Wing. And it has a plethora of very, very powerful weapons. There's an A-Wing test map, apparently. Now to kind of, how do I select all the objects? Because somewhere there is a, there they are, the leftover units there. Okay, so we got these TIEs over here. I'm going to replace these TIE fighters with a TIE Defender squadron. Squadron. Could also show you the B-Wing, I suppose. TIE Defender. There we go. Here they are. Good boys. Expensive boys, but worthwhile. In the correct application. I am half tempted to replace one of these with a B-Wing squadron. I'll do that against the Interceptors. B-Wing squadron does of course have the good old this formation. If we choose the elite, then they have a bit more maneuverability and fire range, and they are also in a slightly different position, as you can see. Being that. Okay, let's turn that over. Yeah, that should be good to go. Now the result we are expecting here is of course very predictable. The TIE Defenders are gonna mop up the entire battlefield. What the Empire can do will not afflict... Yep, pretty much. I mean, they do have the resources to build these amazing starfighters, gentlemen. It's just that they have so many guys, pilots, that they just don't seem to give a fuck. But when they do give a fuck... oh my. And that is before you guys have even seen the missile boat. It is... When that is coded in, oh boy. That thing is literally designed to take out TIE defenders by launching a whole bunch of missiles out of range of the defender and then running away. That's it. That's all it does. And it has enough firepower to kill it almost twice over. So even if half your missiles miss, you're still going to kill it. Now I would like the AI not to activate the lock S foils. I don't know why it does that. I could disable it for the test being, but I'll just leave it on.
TIE defender standing by.
TIE defender standing by. Now don't mind any of the abilities, those have not
TIE
been
interceptor
reworked.
here.
Ah, so much stuff to do.
Squadron reporting.
Alright,
Interceptor squad reporting.
B-Wings. Now here we can see the armor-piercing missile, which doesn't go through shields. But if it does hit armor, it does a lot more damage. Here you can see the advanced proton torpedo, which turns faster and does 50% more damage, which means that it has a realistic chance of also hitting starfighters. Which is important with the advanced proton torpedo because it's not just useful for bombing ships, it can also be used in a dogfight. Kind of. You know, not as well. I also see that the blue trail does not work properly, I can see. There is a blue trail here that should be happening to differentiate visually the advanced proton torpedo from the other one. Doesn't happen. You can, however, see the ion cannons fly, and as I said, I completely expect these to just... How many died? We got 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we lost one X-Wing already. We have lost obviously 0 defenders. I'm not even sure if we are going to lose a single defender. I mean, ideally no, but you know, if we lose one, that's okay. Okay. Tracking a single defender while it does its thing is a little difficult. The ion cannons, by the way, also have a combat mod applied to the projectile. I don't currently remember what that was. Oh, we got the B-Wings. Oh, you poor bastards. You poor bastards. Now, the B-Wings are very sturdy, and they take a while to chew through the HP. These are also elite B-Wings, which means there's 7 of them. They turn faster, they have greater weapon range, they have one additional weapon, which is a plasma torpedo that can't fire at ships, and I can't help but notice that they are... And I can't help but notice that they're killing some of these defenders. Now, this was the most major balance issue that there was in the new system. This was the big if. The big if. And the big if is as follows. Is specifically this matchup, by the way. Does the B-Wing with 2 advanced proton torpedoes, which if both hit, kills a defender outright. Two advanced proton torpedoes kills a TIE defender. Does a TIE defender, which fires 2 of those, beat TIE defenders, which would of course be a massive balance issue. And here we can see that in effect, gentlemen. Here we can see it in effect. An elite TIE or an elite B-Wing squadron killing TIE defenders with their dual advanced proton torpedoes. Of course, that is helped by the fact that they have 3 ion cannons, so the shields of the TIE defender are going to go down very rapidly if that hits. And there is also, of course, the heavy laser and the light laser on the B-Wing. So there is a lot of weapons here, which the B-Wing is a very heavy weapons platform. If it manages to actually get some shots off, you know, it will chew through the HP of whatever it really hits. It's just that usually it's so bad at dogfighting that's never going to happen. Now, these are the elite versions, so they turn faster and they have a far higher chance of actually getting a shot off. But as you can see, the defender is so maneuverable and wonderful that it will just dodge most of it. It's also worth noting that while a lot of rebel units do have some form of astromech, so they can repair, the B-Wing does not. So any hull damage applied, for example by the torpedoes, which I can't see firing, you can see them fly. Yeah, I mean, they are low HP, if, you know, it is whirling them down. If these oh, yeah, you can see those ion cannons hit. Now it's going to take a while for those shields to regenerate, and any hit, yeah, now it's starting to take damage from the lasers. Oh, that barely missed.
Awaiting
Oh,
orders.
that did. Oh. This is a lot of HP for this one TIE Defender to chew through, by the way. This is gonna take a while if it doesn't die. Oh, it did. Oh, that was clutch. That was very clutch. Okay, so we have B-Wing elites defeating TIE Defenders. Now you can say what you want about them being softened up by the X-Wings, but that is a little, I'm not sure about that. So now we're going to replace that with a regular B-Wing squadron, and we're going to see if that result is the same. They did wonderful against the X-Wings, though. That was 100% exactly as I wanted it to go. The Defenders completely outclassed them. Well, the only reason the B-Wings survived there is because of their incredible amount of HP. By the way, quick note. B-Wing Elite also has like 20 more HP, which is like almost half. Close to a third. So there's also that. So again, we're gonna do that again with regular B-Wings, okay? Regular B-Wings. I do like the fact that the elites have more durability. It also means that head-on interceptors versus B-Wings, if it's just one squad of interceptors, okay, they will probably survive that. But you will see how much slower they turn right now, which is just so detrimental in a dogfight. We're gonna leave everything else the same, I think. Yeah, the advanced proton torpedoes of the B-Wing being able to, technically, if they both hit, outright kill a defender. I believe that's also what you saw when the engagement first happened. A lot of defenders died very quickly. I believe that is because both torpedoes, when they just came in, fired and then actually connected. Whereas if the dogfight is going, it's much harder to actually to get off, so to say. Both torpedoes and then both hit them. It should be good. Are you going to do multi-squadron test? Yeah, sure. I mean, if you got some you want to see. I do want to get back to the actual code, though, as I said. I'm going for an hour and we haven't been doing much much coding yet.
Course set. Interceptor squad.
Or any coding. Alright, same thing, Defender versus X-Wing, and this time
Sir.
TIE Interceptor versus...
Instructions received.
Man, they're also so quick. They're so...
TIE Defender standing by.
Defenders, they're so hot. So hot. Do need to change the visual trail of the don't run. That's just gonna make it worse. Because then we're gonna catch up to you, and then we're behind you, and then, you know, these ones behind you, that is bad times. You know what? Maybe the Interceptors will actually beat the B-Wings. That's actually... What do they do? The ion cannons. Oh, fire rate! Minus 50% for 8 seconds. Ew. This is nasty. Okay, so if these ion cannons hit, your fire rate's reduced by 50%. That's probably the reason why these B-Wings survived the Interceptors in the first place. You know, if you cut their firepower by half, you're basically just, you know, declawing the cat. The one thing that they had that they could potentially do some with. Now no longer a problem, which means you can just eat them piecemeal.
Squadron standing by.
But they do actually have to get into a position where they can fire, and if you look at how slow these turn,
Ready for
that is a painful proposition. You know, unlike these, which just...
Deployed. I have the target in sight.
Like, just look at that. Oh, and now again the Defenders in with the B-Wings and the X-Wings.
Roger that.
Okay. How many? No, we still got some of these. What if we just pull back the Interceptors? Will the Defenders be able to beat down all of this? Because that's a lot of regenerating HP and a lot of regenerating shields.
Armor targeting.
But we do have the vastly superior dogfighter here, if we can actually begin dogfighting. Oh, that B-Wing! Come on, turn. Hit him. You know you can do it. You know you want to do it. gonna get some nice shots following the thing, but I'm not getting the shot. They dead?
Waiting orders.
They are dead.
Comlink active.
How much did we lose?
Copy.
Five TIE interceptors. Not bad. Yeah, non-elite B-wings, not quite as good. Not quite as good. Not as durable. But yeah, if you have any specific matchups you would like to see right now, let me know. Let's do that the other way around, so that the S-foils aren't locked. I don't think the B-wing technically locked the S-foils to begin with.
Squadron reporting.
The X-wing sure did, so.
B-wing here. We're starting our attack run.
Here we go. There we get the dual torpedoes of the B-wing.
Standing by. Target confirmed.
This is just sadness.
Encountering
Ah! Ooh, the one chance we have
for orders.
here is them running away and us being able to actually hit them in the face with a bunch of torpedoes, but even then.
Enemy fighters on me. Weapons armed. They're on me.
Yeah.
Reporting in.
He won't be around much longer.
He says. Alright, so it still takes a while, of course. That's just currently how it's set up. As you can see, we tore through the interceptors this time. We got 5 B-wings left. That's nice. Oh, that defender is behind that B-wing, and that's just gonna be, yeah, a slow death. I was just gonna say that's gonna be a slow death, and poof.
Roger.
They're not doing as well, though. That running away at the start, oh man, that running away at the start really fucking ripped them. Indeed. That B-wing died a slow death. He saw that one coming. He was like, "Oh, I'm trying to get away," but he just can't because he doesn't have the maneuverability. That pilot was very sad. When Laser Masters knew, actually it might be the battle chatter is already in. I don't know about that. I want to do that again though. And this time we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait for a second so that the enemy does not run away when we're coming in, and then it's just gonna be head on.
We're going in.
Because I have to say, watching those defenders lose, that ain't it, dog. That ain't it, dog. As you can see, you know, if you hit them in the face with a couple torpedoes, they will go down, but, you know, you need to actually hit them. Ion cannons reduce the fire rate of the X-Wings by 50%, and we got armor-piercing missile, we got an advanced proton torpedo, and then of course we got 2 medium laser cannons and 2 light repeating lasers. It's just a lot of pain and suffering and misery.
Engaging Imperial forces.
Of course, TIE interceptors being cheap as fuck have nothing off the sword, and did you see that? Did you see how long that took? That's how long that takes. That's how long that takes, gentlemen. That's how long that takes. If a TIE Defender is a slow death, then that is like the death by 1,000 cuts. Light lasers against heavy armor is slow. Don't tell me no, we're not winning. But we did take out 2 not bad, we took out 2 defenders.
It's as good as gone.
I mean, we're still gonna horrifically lose, but that actually went better than expected. Oh no, we only killed 1 defender. Okay, how's this going? We killed all the interceptors. You know what? I'll leave these out of the fight. I wanna see this individually. I wanna see this fight in. Oh god, they're so fucking slow. The agility of the beat. You know, they're not meant to be turning a lot. They're meant to just pow 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 capital ships.
Awaiting orders.
It's like, all my systems are offline, my shields are down, my weapons aren't firing, help! Yeah. Poor X-Wing. Now it's gonna be poor B-Wing. I wonder how many defenders we might kill if we line up a shot. Ow. Ow. Armor-piercing missiles are a bitch against heavy armor. Okay. Well, we killed a grand total of 1 TIE Defender. Beautiful. And of course, when you're not doing specific skirmish testing, that runaway thing, that doesn't happen. If you're in Galactic Conquest and that shit happens, you're just gonna go... And then the defenders are gonna swoop in and do their job. And that's not even the elite TIE Defenders. If we bring those about... And then they come equipped with ion pulse missiles, so get... You know, then the shields aren't even gonna save you. And that disables shields for 15 seconds too, so get completely shadow fucked at that point. It's just all over. Ah, new system isn't coded it? Okay. Very well. Then we got more good stuff to look forward to. Anyway, if you guys don't have any specific stuff you want to see, maybe more survivable using the X-Wing to tie up the defenders while bringing the B-Wings out of range and having them do attack runs. Yeah, pretty much. Again, the B-Wings' only choice there, or only chance, is to hit the ion cannons to disable the firepower of the defenders, which is never going to happen because they turn so quickly that you'll never hit an ion cannon. And then the advanced proton torpedoes, which that too exactly the same problem. They're so small and they're so maneuverable that if you do hit, nice, you only need 2 to kill a defender, but again, good luck actually, you know, getting the shot off and then actually making it hit. So yeah, that would be the only way to do it, Tentec, I think. And that only works for a very short period of time because those X-Wings are not going to last long enough that you're going to get a whole bunch of runs in, you know? How about the Phantom versus an A-Wing or X-Wing? Oh, yeah, sure. The Phantom is actually really not shit. A lot of mods kind of power down the Phantom, sort of, because it has the cloak and people don't really want you to use them in a dogfight. I want you to use the Phantoms in a dogfight. Phantoms are pretty neat. Phantoms right now have 3 medium lasers and 3 light repeating lasers, which compared to the Interceptor with 2 light lasers and 2 repeating lasers is just straight up much fucking better. It also has 40% more hit points than the Interceptor, and it has shields. Like a lot of shields actually. It's really not shit. But yeah, let's test that out, you know. Let's have some Phantoms versus some B-Wings, and let's have some Phantoms versus some X-Wings. I don't actually know why I'm doing this right now. I could be coding. I could be coding, but you know what? It's fun to see the fruits of the labor. Guess I'll have to get them all a lot faster. Yeah, they're really neat. Though with the nah, we don't know enough about that yet. Man, it's gonna be ages before the new version is out. So much to do. That's the problem when we're basically rebuilding the entire mod from the ground up. Including at this point the actual starships. The last thing that was still kind of still there is now also getting redone. No, that's a lie. Actually, the maps are still gonna probably be mostly the same. Look, we kind of have to also rework those events. Okay, we're basically building an entirely new mod right now. Which is why it's taking a while, even with the amount of people we have.
Standing by. We're going in.
B-Wing here.
Ready for orders. Plotting course. Target confirmed.
Alright, here we get the Phantom. Now, of course, remember, they don't have any missiles or whatever, but they do have the medium lasers, which are much longer range than the light ones. And of course, they do much better damage versus armor, which of course these bad boys do have heavy armor, so they're gonna chew through them quicker, a lot quicker. Yeah, that's to be expected. They will die. The medium lasers are fire linked, as you can see. They just, you know, they originate from the from there, and then there. I'd show you, but it's not going to be visible. No one's going to be looking at that shit in combat anyway. So, you know, sometimes I don't really know why I bother with that kind of bullshit detail when no one really sees it. You know, I did expect the Phantoms to... Okay, yeah. I was gonna say, you know, I did expect the Phantoms to actually kind of win here, but... Yeah.
Enemy fighters on me. Closing on enemy. They're on me. They're on me.
Fuck.
Roger that.
Medium lasers, yo.
Hold on.
Those shots hurt. Those three medium laser shots, they're ouch. And then you got the light repeating lasers, 3 to you know, finish that off. And those can fire individually. Those are just... Yeah, I should fire link those two. Would save me 2 hard points per Phantom. From the other side, I mean, not that that's gonna matter much.
Transmit orders. Ready for orders, sir. Ready to commence. Stealth mode activated.
And to prevent the X-Wings from actually firing their torpedoes and of course the B-Wings. Before we get into fire range with our much lower range lasers, we're gonna stealth them first.
Transmit orders.
Ah, actually wait, they're gonna do the run around thingy I do on the full frontal kind of.
Ready for
Wait, what?
orders.
You can see me? What do you mean you can see
Ready
me?
to commence.
What?
Comlink active.
Bullshit. Hacks. Map hacks.
Stealth mode deactivated.
What?
Coordinates received. Revealing position.
This is map hacks. What? How does that not work? Actually, no. We're not hitting. We're not hitting, but fine. We'll do it in one giant cluster. Fuck. Ooh. Oh yeah. You see that? You see that? Pow pow pow. That is. That is peak tie, is what that is. Pure firepower. Boom. No multi-purpose nonsense like the Defender. Useless against ships. Actually, 3 medium lasers. Not that useless against ships, but they're pretty useless against ships.
Transmit orders.
Just straight up laser firepower. Hey Dutch, how you doing? Pretty good, Necro. Thanks for asking. We were just doing some matchups that people suggested in the test. Well, I mean, this is just a complete wash, actually. This is a complete wash. I didn't expect them to be good. I didn't expect them to be that... well, then why are we not putting them against some better starfighters, like the A-Wing? Let's do that. Map. Okay, let's remove the B-Wing and replace it with the A-Wing. Where are you? E-Wing, there we go, okay. And then we replace the X-Wing with what is currently finished? Let me find a unit that's actually good to go. The Arc 170. I don't know if that's a fair matchup. The Arc 170 is not really meant to do, you know, heavy dogfighting like this. But, you know, their heavy lasers will do well if they hit. I haven't actually tested the Arc 175, or the Arc 170, so I kind of want to test that out. Okay. Replace the X-Wing with an Arc 170, and I'll be Rebellion, and I replace the B-Wings with A-Wings, so we should have a much better time now. We should have a much better time now. Beautiful, beautiful Arc 170. This may be my favorite starfighter in Star Wars. Ooh, those are close together. I may have to redo that squadron formation. Like, this is fine. That is not. They're a little bit too fat with pH in order to do that.
Enemies incoming.
Weapons armed.
Alright.
We're
Now, the thing to remember about the Arc 170 is those heavy laser cannons, they hurt a lot, but they do have to hit, and if they don't, there is a long recharge. There is a very long recharge. But if they give me time to recharge, that's going to be good, and they do, of course, have light laser tail guns. They also got some good HP, but I don't think it's gonna... Wait, I can't tell who's winning. No, we are winning. Holy fucking shit. Are those light repeating or some shit? Light laser turret. Hold up, I'm looking through the code. That died a lot quicker than I thought they might. Arc points. Green heavy. Light laser. No, that was actually just the tail guns. That was actually just the tail guns doing... I don't know how much of that was the heavy lasers and how much of that was the fucking tail guns. Wow.
Closing on enemy. Ready. Advancing.
I am going to run you guys back, so it is purely A-Wing versus Phantom. I still believe the A-Wings will win that. Because they're A-Wings and they be good, mon.
Locking on.
Jesus. Now, see, first the missile hits the shields. Missiles don't go through shields right now, these starfighter ones. Take him out. Reduce fire rate of the enemy ship. Make it easier for the future dogfight, and then the next missile just doing a lot of damage, and then the live repeating lasers of the A-Wing to finish it off. Should I talk a little bit more about what was happening there? Probably. I don't entirely understand what was happening with the Arc 175 there. I think it was the tail guns. But it might just be the heavy lasers as well. Again, if the heavy lasers hit, tremendous damage. Like, I think the heavy lasers take out the shields in like one shot or some shit. Let me have a look at that. Phantom has 30 shield points. And a heavy laser does 24 damage. Okay, so... basically the entire shield dies in one shot. Not everything, but pretty much everything. And then if the Arc 170's torpedo hits, now that is nightmare fuel for the things. Okay, Arc 175's aside. A-Wing, they only have 18 shield points, which is pretty much fucking nothing, but they regenerate extremely quickly. Like 4.5 points per second instead of 3, which is normal. So you got 3, which is standard, and you got 4.5 of these. But to compensate, they have fewer shield points. So that's what we call interceptor shields. And they're much better for prolonged dogfighting and taking incremental pieces of damage over longer periods of time, but it's much worse against a whole lot of burst fire. So if they get hit by like a missile barrage, that's going to be much more painful. Here we get the concussion missiles flying. Remember, concussion missiles are better for dogfighting than regular missiles because they have the bonus that they apply, the fire rate reduction, right? Fire rate reduction, yeah. Yeah, we kind of had to switch how we do the combat mods due to some of them not working, but most of them do work. So in the dogfight, you get the good shields, you know, which really help out. And you got the fact that it's very fast, very small hitbox, so they're very hard to actually hit, unlike, say, the X-Wings, which, you know, those are kind of a lot fatter. How are you guys oh. Okay, and now we got, you know what? We might still be able to do... hold up, I want to see this play out. I'm gonna pull these back. I want to see this play out. I strongly believe we have a half-decent chance of doing good damage here. And potentially even winning. Remember, these are very, very, very dedicated at doing only one thing, which is do this. Whereas the Phantom, you know, it's not meant to intercept interceptors. It's more of a anti-strike fighter thing, which it does beautifully, as you saw against the X-Wing. Yeah, wow. Okay. I mean, we are almost dead here, and we have no hull repair on the A-Wing, but still, that was kind of Is that too much? I don't know. I feel like if we replace one of those Phantom squadrons with a TIE Interceptor squadron, that would go much better for the TIEs. Still. It's just the maneuverability, man. Maneuverability in the hitbox of the A-Wing. There's a lot of factors at play here. I thought about this a lot, but actually seeing it play out is important because, you know, sometimes it doesn't quite work out the way you envisioned. I'm gonna do that again. Gotta run, was fun to watch. Alright, see you later, Tentec. Hope you enjoyed it for a bit, and see you later, man.
I copy.
Okay, let's actually test the ARC 170, because that was something. Remember, guys, the size of the starfighters really matters right now. And these ones are fucking so small. Okay, again, if we can get the heavy lasers to hit, it's gonna be beautiful. You can also see the size difference, by the way, visually of the heavy laser versus the medium. I don't know if it's enough. We can lengthen. Oh, actually, you can see everything. You can see the light lasers of the wingtips. You can see the medium lasers over here. Now there are 3 of them, so they're a bit brighter and thicker. And then you can see the heavy lasers over here. I think that's enough visual difference for people to see how that stuff, you know, how it works. But we'll see. Oh no, we definitely hit some with heavy laser, and then it's just the light tail guns finishing it off. God damn those tail guns! No, not you guys! Not you guys! Fuck you! Get out!
Copy.
Get out! You know it takes a while to accelerate, but that's okay. And then they slowly decelerate, as you can see.
Yes, sir.
Ow! 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 Heavy laser! Ow! Half health! Ow! And they're dead. You know, if you can hit the heavy lasers. Okay, so that was Phantoms, and I strongly believe the factor that made them lose there was their size. We are going to do that a little differently. We're going to have interceptors, gentlemen. TIE interceptors, and then of course we need to do the defender matchup as always. TIE interceptor squadron. I mean that's not really fair though, because they are supposed to horrifically. Oh, by the way, you guys can't see this right now, but I'm tweaking the map. What will be a good match of the? You know what? We'll have an interceptor and a fighter squadron, both. Oh, I could show the tri-fighter. Yeah, the tri-fighter missiles don't currently work as well as they should. Fighter squad. Okay, TIE interceptor squadron and TIE fighter squadron against both of these. There we go. Let's do that again. Thankfully, the map dynamically reloads whenever you make a change, which is really nice. So you don't have to go in and out of the... Also, why is it so dark here on the webcam? Looks way darker than it is. Can you enable the cloak as the missiles are launched? Well, apparently the enemy can fire on even the cloaked units. I don't know why. It's not supposed to happen. Hey Dutch, how you doing? Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good, thank you for asking. How are you? We're testing fighter matchups, and we're finding mostly results that are to be expected, but we're finding a couple of results that are kind of like
Interceptor squad.
Okay, this is good. First, you bring in the shitty ties. Oh, actually, shit. I think they're targeting the interceptors anyway. Okay, we're just gonna have to go in. Now remember, these are a lot more maneuverable than the Phantom. They also don't have any shields and have shit armor, so that's, you know, mileage varies. I would like over here. You know what? We can just wait with the engagement and we can just see how this goes.
I'll take them myself.
Okay, now we should have enough maneuverability that we can actually match the A-Wings. Again, the maneuverability is so important right now. So important. And as you can see, it's just... Even these... Uh-oh. What is happening here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I count 8 explosions. I want you to guess how many of those are ARC 170s. I don't think there's many. There you can see an Arc 170 firing both tail guns at the same time. No, they don't turn. Sorry about that. You know, sacrifices have to be made. But you know, while in the dogfight, we will beat the Arc 170s. Though if they get a shot off on our poor ties with those heavy lasers, well, I mean, getting a shot off and actually hitting with it is another thing. I also think that that asshole does have the S-Force lock right now. No, it doesn't. Okay, so he does have full fire range. That time was trying to get on the ass of the Arc 170 and the tail guns were like, nope. Oh, we did beat the A-Wings with the interceptors. So you can see the difference between something like, say, a Phantom in effectiveness versus an Interceptor. While the Phantom is a strictly better unit against those very fast, pesky Interceptors such as the A-Wing, the TIE Interceptor just does better because of the maneuverability. So the Interceptor is not outclassed even at higher tech levels. It is still an important thing that is a valuable addition to your starfighter composition. Because it will be able to hunt down those units that that you can otherwise just not kill. On the flip side of that, against units like the Arc 170, which are much bigger, easier to hit, and they're less maneuverable, the TIE Phantom will vastly outperform the TIE Interceptor. So it's really just about, you know, there's a lot of stuff there. And I hope that it is going to be intuitive enough for people to understand what's happening, because it's very easy for something like this for people to look at and not have any fucking clue what's going on. So I'm going to attempt in the unit descriptions to kind of mention these points so that people kind of hopefully understand how it works. And yeah, I just hope people aren't going to be like, well, shit, you know, I have my higher tier unit that's going against the shittier unit, and the shittier unit won. What's with that shit? You know, I really hope that's not going to be the case. But that's gonna be down to how well I explain, you know, how things like maneuverability and unit size and well, weapon times it has, kind of, you know, how well I explain how that impacts unit performance against a variety of units. So I guess that's all on me. But let me ask, by the way, do we like what we're seeing? The system I set up here with the counters and you know, the unit types kind of, each unit kind of being their own thing and having their own attributes, like being either small or bigger but with shields, or without shields and much smaller but more maneuverable and faster, so that they kind of counter different things. Like, there's some learning there. There's a bit of a learning curve for people to get into, and I really hope that's not going to scare people off, and I really hope that that's not going to be a situation where people just get like, well, fuck this is just stupid, because they don't understand what's happening. Do you guys like what you see here so far? Do you guys like from the testing how the various aspects of the units interact with each other? Is that something you would personally enjoy in the game? I would love to have your opinion on this. Yeah, Halo. It's a good thing. Wait, what is this? Can I play this? What is this? Is this 2 steps? No, this is World of Warcraft. What am I saying? What am I saying? I like the system. Got a question. What treatment did the K-Wing receive? K-Wing has not been coded yet, but it's pretty much going to be the exact same as it was in the old system, except with a slightly heavier focus towards bombing ships. And there's only going to be 2 of them in a squadron, except for 3. But a lot of units got that treatment. So the K-Wing is going to be the most similar as to the old version, because I thought the K-Wing felt very good as a unit, and so I kind of wanted to keep that. You know, if they ain't broke, don't fix it, kind of. Does the Empire have a similar type of unit or bomber gunship? No. Just got here? Ah, that's a pity. Okay, well, for the people that have been here for a while, do you like what you've seen so far of the counters and such? For the people that have watched. Lots of different factors that influence how the unit performs, give some nice depth, IMO. Yeah. I do hope people in general think about it that way. I'm just really glad that it seems to work mostly as I thought it up, and B, that you can actually have like wildly a wide variety of performances on the units, so that for example the Phantom shreds the X-wing, but they horrifically lose against the A-wing. Stuff like that, right? I'm just glad that all kind of works. I just arrived? Alright, well in that case, Grim, Gruss, welcome guys. I was just, for like the past 2 hours, I've been showing the starfighter combat with some variety of units, explaining how the different elements of the units like size and maneuverability can really greatly affect their performance. And in some instances hard counter enemy units, and I was just at the point where I was asking for some opinions on that, on whether or not people really like that. Yeah, I don't want to ask you guys to like go back to the VOD and rewatch. You know what? Should I upload this to YouTube? Maybe I should upload this to YouTube to kind of, you know. It's important, by the way, to folks fight the interceptors here because they're the threat here. The interceptors, not the fighters. But I'm sure we've all seen that already. Okay, good. Now we're behind him and now we're doing the thing. I missed the heavy laser shots on the... yeah, see, if they're behind the Arc 170s, that's not gonna go well. I think it's mostly the TIE interceptors here that's gonna be very... Yeah, ouch. Well, these A-Wings are still gonna do relatively well. Except, of course, if they get shot in the face. Like in prolonged dogfights, again, the interceptor shields, in a head-on, like where they take a bunch of burst fire, not nearly as effective. Not nearly as effective. And as you can see, the lasers of the A-Wing are basically always firing because of their swiveling, right? Another really valuable thing. Oh, and eventually it did die, yeah. So yeah, I've basically just been showing that off, and I was just asking for some opinions. If you guys are all tabbed, which I do know you all like to use this stream as background noise, then if you would, or if you have been watching, I would appreciate your opinion very much in the chat if you would give it. Because I am slightly on the fence on the complexity of this, because there is some complexity here in terms of, like, it's fairly... I tried so hard to make it intuitive. Like, okay, the Arc 170, big fat unit, easier to hit. So units that don't have great agility or weapons that, like, hit very hard, or missiles that target track, these weapons will hit this unit a lot easier than this unit. And in my opinion, that's kind of intuitive because of the smaller size, lower maneuverability, that kind of stuff. So I hope that people can just look at the units and then kind of, you know, make the mind switch of, okay, this is going to be good against this, and that is not going to be good against that.
Yes, sir. Right away.
It also has to be said that these fucking TIEs are so small. They're not so big. So like the heavy lasers on this will have a very hard time actually hitting them, though the tail guns apparently are a lot more effective than I thought they would be. I don't think that's a problem though. I like that. I like that. I don't hate that. I don't hate that. Of course, Arc 170 also equipped with an astromech droid, so it can repair. Oh. If we put these against some bigger enemy starfighters, by the way, then the heavy lasers are going to hit a lot more consistently. And that's going to obviously be much better. But as it stands, they just don't really have the maneuverability to take on these units. Again, the A-Wings, they're just so much better. Oh, okay, that is those gone. And here you can see how you can kind of get varied results based on, well, just fucking variance. I can't tell you much there beside, you know, every once in a while, variance makes this kind of stuff happen. Now, you may look at that and be like, yeah, but, you know, is that kind of bad? You know, should units always win versus what they're good against? Probably, yeah, but do I think it's a problem that this can happen? Not really. I still think these would have died. Like, they're full health now because of the astromech, but I do believe these would have died eventually if the A-Wings hadn't interfered. Let's actually do another quick test of that. If the A-Wings win against the TIEs, I will keep them away from the Arc 170s. Those tailguns, though, am I right? They're only really useful against these shitty units with, like, no shields, light armor, and low HP, so... Yeah, that's probably why they're so effective, actually. If you do this against a shielded unit, these tailguns are going to be way less effective, because they're going to deal so much less damage. Song suggestion? Alright. Put that through. Let's see. Let's see what you got. Is this, by the way, is this copyrighted at all? I wanna ask that first. Have you already? Yeah, is this copyrighted? Because I try to stay away from that stuff now, because Twitch sent out their scary DMCA messages and shit a while ago, so I try to stay away from copyrighted stuff. I don't know if a single one of those heavy laser shots actually hit. Arc 170s fire 6 of those per volley, so to say. Oh man, you can just see the interceptors just on the tail of the Arc 170s just firing away, and they're doing a lot of damage, but the tail guns just. Wow, did those just all survive? That's incredible. If I keep them out of combat for a while, they'll even regenerate all their HP thanks to the astromech. And now it's the A-Wings that's apparently in trouble. Let's keep that going. I will send you guys over like there, and we'll follow the A-Wing for a bit. I wonder what happens if I do this against defenders. I don't think I've tested A-Wing versus Defender yet.
Try not to let one on your tail. Targeting.
And there we go. Completely different result this time. Completely different result this time. How good or bad is that? I'm not actually sure. Like, I'm trying to decide whether or not I hate this result, but it can this matchup really can go either way, I think. Let's do this with... Oh, I could try the Hunter as well. Let's do that. Okay, TIE Defender here, and then I'll put the Hunter over here. Hunter, of course, is a bit bigger than the other TIEs, so we'll see the heavy lasers hit, but of course these do actually have shields, torpedoes, I think medium armor even. Hunter... you guys... No, you can't see this. I didn't have to close the game, that's okay. Yeah, medium armor, a lot more HP, actual shields, interceptor shields too, by the way. Only 18 points, but still. And it has ion cannons, medium lasers, and proton torpedoes. So the Hunters are definitely a step up from other units. But again, there's only 6 of them. So while they might take a lot less damage from, say, the tail guns, which are light lasers, the heavy lasers are still just gonna, wreck them if they hit. And then you got the Defender, of course, which it doesn't have interceptor shields. It doesn't regenerate quickly, slightly quicker, but not that much. But it does have an unholy amount more regular shield points, so it can take the burst fire. It also has heavy armor, and it actually has the HP, plus, of course, an unholy amount of additional weapons. Against the A-Wing, the Defender should probably win. Hunter versus Arc 170, honestly, I don't quite know. I wouldn't say they're kind of analogs, but they're very similar. They're very similar. I wouldn't be surprised if it went either way with the Defender versus, or the Hunter versus the 170. Yeah, it's a nice hobby, Laser Master. It you know, it can take a bit to get into modeling, but it's really a wonderful creative outlet. Really is. Those arcs are strong. Yeah, I mean this was also one of those things where the Arc 170s countered the ties fairly well. Against the Hunters, I expected to go much better. And also remember, there were 20 ties against 6 arcs before. Now there's only 6 ties versus 6 arcs. So less than a third. So that's important to also keep in mind.
TIE defender standing by.
Wait. Am I crazy? There's 8 hunters in the squadron. That is wrong. There is only supposed to be 6. Oh, that is nice to see. Okay, well, you know, bugs they do happen. Let me have a look at the EAW Hunter code. Hunter Squadron. Should there be 8 hunters in a squadron? No, not really. I mean, basically the default for any like non-shit units is 6, and I'm trying to stick to that number mostly. You know what? I'll show you the spreadsheet in a second to see how I set that. Okay, so we have 33% more TIE hunters than there really should be. That is going to make this matchup very unfair. And I'm now changing my assessment to we will probably see the hunters win against the arcs, most likely, probably by a landslide actually, due to the amount of burst damage and the ion cannons. Because remember, if you can hit them with the ion cannons, their firepower gets like 55% reduced. That's massive. That is a deciding factor in how this goes. And here we go, gentlemen. Defender versus. Oh, okay. They're trying to interfere. I'm gonna intercept them here. One might say I'm hunting them down. And I'm fully expecting the arcs to get completely destroyed here. The tail guns are not nearly as effective against shielded units with non-light armor. And as you can see, the tail guns are just not going to do what they did earlier. Wait, what? What? Is that the heavy lasers? That must be the heavy lasers. Oh lord! Wow, that is kind of wow. Did we just mop up all the A-wings without taking a single point of hull damage? No, we did take a few points of hull damage. The defenders just wrecked those A-wings. Jesus, that was a lot harder counter than I thought. And the arcs won from the hunters. Is that the heavies? Must be the heavies. I mean, they do 24 damage per shot, and if they actually hit.
Waiting orders.
I'm half tempted to code in the missile boat right now just to do the defender missile boat matchup. Because I set that bad boy up specifically to counter the defenders as it is in lore. Which, by the way, if you're countering TIE defenders, you're automatically countering a plethora of other units. And that's why the missile boat's pretty good. I'm gonna do this again.
Ready for battle. Roger that. Commencing attack run. Changing course to
We are kind of coming in a wrong. Yeah, I mean that shouldn't matter. We should still.
I copy.
We should wreck him. Really. I mean, heavy lasers or no. I mean, those are. See, they're different kind of lasers, gentlemen. And I'm not talking about heavy versus medium, but these are regular mediums, which just fire once every 2 seconds, I believe. But these are repeating ones, which means that they fire in a burst and then they reload for a long time. Which is kind of because I anticipated the heavy cannons to fire so slowly that they were not going to be as useful, so I wanted to give them a bit extra burst just for these kinds of situations. But maybe the burst on the heavies is a bit too powerful. I don't know. We're gonna have to see that. Like, it's not the tail guns making the deciding factor here. As you can see, they're surviving torpedoes. Slowly regenerating HP. It's not gonna matter though. At least it shouldn't matter.
Reporting.
How is this going?
Bombs deployed.
The A-Wings will not be able to get through the heavy armor with the light lasers.
Bomber target.
Repeating or no, you just don't have the firepower. If the A-Wing had medium lasers, this would go much better, but they don't. They have lights, which makes them absolutely shred things like TIE fighters, but against the heavier variety, not so much. What am I doing here? I shouldn't pollute the outcome, though I think they're... No, yeah, I don't think we lost a single hunter there. I saw that little chase going on there. Another small chase going on there? Yeah, nice. Okay, so that was a very different result there. The 170s did lose substantially. Now I'll drop the hunters down to what they should have, and then we'll do that again. Yeah, that is more than 6. I know. I'll fix that one. Then we'll do it again. By the way, Dutch, I really like that the starfighters are not hard counters. X-Wing beats Y-fighters every time. And then we get back to rock, paper, scissors gameplay. The fact that the randomness is involved with whether or not it gets hit with important weapons really makes this seem a lot more interesting and dynamic. The results are too predictable, gameplay gets boring, so I think this makes it really nice. I would like that as well. I think that is a good feature. The randomness. Now, maybe not as much randomness as happens right now. 5, 6. But I still think it's kind of fun, really. Like, the amount of variety currently in shouldn't be too much. You know, not counting the hunters completely shrekking the arcs this time. Earlier, we did a lot of testing with lower tier starfighters, like TIE fighters, TIE interceptors, X-Wings, A-Wings, that sort of stuff. And currently, we've basically moved on to some higher tier starfighters. And I was really trying to get the point across earlier with the lower tier ones, which, I mean, A-Wing isn't really a low tier interceptor, it's really good. But it is far less effective against the heavier TIEs, for example, the Defender with their heavy armor. By design, specifically set up that way. Defender should beat A-Wing, in my opinion. And of course cost will reflect that. But yeah, we were doing a lot of testing there with the lower tier ones just to hammer the points home, how things like maneuverability and weapon types and speed, that kind of stuff really impacts. We also saw the B-Wing earlier, by the way, how that impacts the starfighters. Yeah, I'm Empire. Okay, so now we only have 6 hunters. I expect the arc matchup to be a lot more even now.
Defender squadron reporting.
Where are they? There they are. Now, because the heavy lasers have such an easier time of actually hitting the damn hunters because they're so much bigger, the Arc 170s aren't completely defenseless if they actually manage to get a shot off. Now we're polluting the outcome.
Ready for orders.
I suppose that's okay. Did we lose the hunters? We did lose the hunters.
Ready to receive orders.
That's okay. The defenders should be still able to do this. Wow. You know, size-wise, comparing the 170 to the Defender, Defender is pretty big. Which also, again, makes it so that if the Defender or the Arc actually gets the heavy lasers off,
Comlink active.
they might actually do fairly well against the Defenders if they're not moving. If they're going in the straight line,
Setting up my run.
in a dogfight, they don't stand a chance. Though. They don't stand a chance. Is this too much, you know, missiles flying around? Should it be more focused on lasers and ions with missiles and such being an occasional kind of...
Bombs away.
I mean, they only fire once every like 15 seconds. Surely that's not too much. I think it's fine. They don't dominate. I find that important, that the torpedoes and missiles do not dominate the dogfights. But if a unit is equipped with a good number of them, they will still be very effective. But not as effective as to completely rule everything. Like, it's not you have a unit with a missile or a torpedo, so it's gonna beat a unit without them. It's not how it is. As we saw with, for example, the Phantom versus the X-Wing. The X-Wings got completely mopped up.
A-Wing here, setting course. We're starting our attack run.
We're here.
I also really like how the torpedoes are still so likely to miss targets. Ow, well that was not good. We didn't even get any of the heavy lasers off because we didn't do the head-on thing. That is really one major downside of the Arc. Though, if they keep flying in formation, then there's a good potential for the tail guns to focus the same target, which that does add up. Ooh, nice.
Weapons on.
Oh, very nice. Wow, and that was without the heavy lasers? I believe that was the formation flying. I believe that was the formation where the tail gun started focusing the same target. Like, oh yeah, now we die. You know, I mean, if the heavy laser... Yeah, but it's never gonna fucking happen. Start moving! Don't fucking fly forward like some... If they don't turn and they keep flying forward, they're sitting ducks. And the Defender does not need any advantages in this matchup. If those heavy lasers actually hit, they will do a lot of damage, and the Defenders are big targets, but I don't think it matters.
Weapons ready.
I don't think it matters. Like, in theory, if those lasers hit, yeah, good job. Ah, but do you need even 2 shots to even get through the fucking shields of the Defender? God, the Defender's so good. TIE Defenders, man. I'm so tempted to go to the missile boat. I really, really, really want to know if the missile boat actually beats the Defender, I'm not gonna lie. Because so far the Defender has just been trashing everything. What lasers does the Defender have? 2 medium, and which are the chin cannons, and 2 light repeating lasers. Not 4, just 2. Same as with the Interceptor. There's just 2 light repeating lasers, not 4. Defender 2. I thought 4 light repeating lasers would be too powerful, and as we saw on the Interceptor and the Defender, I believe that assessment was very correct. Brooks, welcome back, man. 13 months? Let's go. Time flies, indeed. Let's put that on the board, man. God, I want to.
13 months already, LUL. Time flied by like nothing.
Gentlemen, let's do some bomber. Some hot bomber on bomber action. Now the Y-Wing isn't currently in. The B-Wing is. We have a TIE bomber, we have an interdictor, we got a scimitar. That's all ready and good to go. You guys have any preference as to which you'd like to see first? to have you back. Chat 170 versus Virgin Defender. No, I think you got those mixed, son. I think you got those mixed. Sarpedoris. Scythe class battlecruiser. That's a nice ship. Yo, indeed. Starhawk. Oh, the Starhawk is not necessary, gentlemen. We got a good Starhawk in production right now, made by our AOTR's very own Wolf, and it is looking good. New effects and text to speech. Oh yeah, couple new ones, you know. Also new sub messages, new donation messages, new raid messages. Follow, you know, the whole thing. Scimitar. We can do some Scimitar. Let's do some Scimitar. Let's see. What do we do? Obviously, Scimitar versus A-Wing. That's not really a matchup. And I do believe in the code. I simply call them tie Scimitar because, well, in my opinion, it's a tie, despite the fact it only has one ion engine. But you know, fuck that. We can try some tri-fighters. Tri-fighters are pretty neato. What do we put the Scimitars against? We got the Arc 170s here. I could try some interdictors. Interdictors are quite nice. Oh, stop. Did the Starfighters work? Work? Do the Starfighters work? I do believe they are. Oh yeah, we are doing Star. Gentlemen, the Star Viper is so fucking dope. Okay, the Star Viper. Okay, there's one problem with the Star Viper, and that is that it is super fucking thick from the front. As in, this thing is hard to miss. As in, you get torpedoes, missiles, heavy lasers, everything is gonna hit this thing if it doesn't lock S-foils. It is very fucking big, but, oh. Where are we? Star Viper. Gentlemen, we are looking at heavy armor. Heavy, strong shields. 35 shields. Okay, let's compare it to the X-Wing for a second. X-Wing, good sturdy starfighter, okay? 35 HP for the X-Wing with an astromech, 30 shield points. Star Viper and medium armor. Star Viper has 35 shield points, you know, a little bit more. We get heavy armor, and we get 42 hit points. That is very sturdy. Especially the heavy armor on those 42 hit points, that is good. Then we have 4 swiveling medium laser cannons. So none of this bullshit X-Wing that has to actually face forward. Now, these ones actually go all around the unit in a very large arc. I think it can barely... I don't know, can it fire forward right now? Let me have... Or backwards? Viper. I don't know if it can fire backwards. Oh, it can absolutely fire 200. Oh, Jesus. Which angles are these? Hold on, let me quickly... Windows search. Star Viper. Why are you so shit? It didn't used to be that shit. Star Viper. Okay. Let me have a quick look at the... That would basically mean they can fire backwards too. Oh yeah, those can... Oh yeah. Star Viper can fire backwards, gentlemen. You know what the A-Wing does vertically? The Star Viper does horizontally. And these cannons can basically go every which way. Which is... On top of that, you got one torpedo launcher. It's an absolutely beautiful ship. Now, it might not have incredible speed or maneuverability necessarily. I think it's comparable to the... Yeah, it is pretty much the same as the X-Wing. Except in a different package with guns that fire backwards, and it also has the lock S-foils. Well, not right now, it's not coded, but it will have the lock S-foils as well. The Star Viper is beautiful. It's wonderful. It's just such a solid starfighter. Such a solid starfighter. I'm also kind of half tempted to put him against Arc 175s, because if there's one target that those heavy lasers are going to hit, it's going to be these things. But we'll test it as is with the Scimitars, eh? Groz already planning some shenanigans? Your first mistake was thinking that Groz is not always planning shenanigans. No, we're out of water. Oh yeah, by the way guys, there is also a slight delay between shields regenerating. When shields go down, I think they take 2 seconds to start regenerating? Or 4, I can't recall how much. But there is a slight delay there. Can we gift you this gaming chair? Let me have a quick look at that. Let's If you put that in any other color but fucking pink, you may absolutely give me a fucking gaming chair. I would love to have some variety in chairs I sit. As long as it is not fucking pink. It's still a starfighter, so it's a tie in my book. That's the way I look at it. You know, if it looks like a tie, it fires like a tie and it flies like a tie. Fell in love with the Star Viper ever since I saw it in Shadow Empire. It is a nice fighter. I really like it. I have a predisposition towards the predisposition. Is that the word? Not actually sure. But I do have a love for the Star Viper. Did I actually set them? Hold up, let me quickly check if I set the factions up correctly. These need to be no, not criminal underworld. We are rebel. Okay, let's do that. I'll be the scimitars. I'll be the scimitars. Now let me pull up my spreadsheet. The weapons of the scimitar are technically it's supposed to have missiles, but because missiles are generally good against starfighters, and because I didn't want to make it a super heavy like anti-starfighter missile boat, because we already have a very heavy anti-starfighter missile boat called the missile boat, I equipped it instead with proton torpedoes. It has 2 light lasers, the same shitty ones as on the TIE fighter. It fires 4 proton torpedoes and an ion torpedo against ships. The ion torpedo is good because it drains 33% of the total shield points of a ship for X amount of seconds. So it's really good against ships, especially heavily shielded ships. But it's pretty pointless against... it's pretty pointless against starfighters because they can't even fire at starfighters. The torpedoes, on the other hand, those can fire. So depending on what these Star Vipers do, they may just get blasted in the face by a unholy barrage of bombs. So yeah, but if they don't, then these ones are kind of fucked. The good thing about the scimitar is unlike something like, say, a interdictor, a TIE interdictor, which is more heavily armed than the scimitar, these ones are actually pretty fast and pretty maneuverable. So you're not gonna immediately see them vanish in a dogfight. Though you generally don't want to have them in a dogfight unless you're fighting, I don't know, like very thick gunships that the torpedoes can consistently hit. I'm not seeing torpedoes flying. Oh, now we're seeing... Oh, did I fuck up the... Yes, I did. Okay. We have a bone issue to fix, boys. Scimitar, torpedo, fire cone. We have a bone issue to fix. As you can see, the scimitar only fires when the target is on the bottom. It's not as it should be. I could just make them launch from HPO 03 and 02. Are those currently in use even? That's a skip ray. No, okay, HPO 03 and HPO 2. Well, this is kind of a hack job fix since I would like them to actually fire from here, but then I need to point this forward, and then we're going to see bombs flying through the scimitar, which that's not great. Let's do it. Okay. Now, you know, it's not really visually that correct, but at this point, all the bombs are going to be flying from these two areas. Yeah, that's not exactly as it should be, but sometimes you gotta make these kinds of concessions. Viper's dope as hell. Yep. Well, yeah, swiveling weapons. I mean, the guns don't rotate as is tradition right now. On the starfighters, they don't rotate, but the weapons will fire in the wide arcs, even if it isn't rotating. Same with the Arc 170 tail guns. Basilisk is coming? Yes. Cheers for the guest. No thanks. I will not be having the pink. Thank you very much. Though, as I said, if people want to give me stuff, I am all up for that. I'm head to lurk. Very well. See you later, man. Or at least see you later in chat. All right, now we are going to see this this happen.
Ready for orders.
Now again,
Engines activated.
the Viper has a high likelihood of being hit in the face with these torpedoes, so I'm very curious to see how that actually works out. Here we go.
Setting up.
So they fire one torpedo, we will fire four, but it'll take us a second to actually get them all in the air. And by that time, the
Get 'em off me.
Ow. Okay, well that is one gone. No, we're not in it. What is this? Range target Z-adjust. Ranged target Z-adjust. Oh, I cannot tell you how much I hate that tag. The B-Wings have it? Where is the Star Viper? For I very much desire to speak with it. These values all equate to 0. That is questionable. Where is this tag? Range target Z just, yeah. But where is the Star Viper? You're not telling me that it defaults to some... Oh my god, you cannot tell me this. You cannot tell me that it automatically sets a value when the value is not 0. When I don't put this tag at 0 in there. You're not telling me that it just defaults to some random... So don't I have to go through every unit to find... okay. We'll try this again with this value, and if these torpedoes hit, I'm gonna be very upset. No, they didn't curve out of the way, they went over the ship. I saw it. Because to curve out of the way, first you gotta miss them. And I think they missed by flying over them? You could... Is the default value not 0? That's such an Empire at War thing. That's so Empire at War.
Bomber standing by. Engines activated.
Like, their torpedoes hit us fine. And we are a smaller target head-on.
Setting up my run, sir.
We are a smaller target head-on. A much smaller target head-on. Do you see the difference in head-on target size? You can barely even see the scimitars from here, but they hit us just fine. At least I think they hit us just fine, judging by how fast we disappear. No, we are hit just fine. Why are we dying? We're not dying. Okay.
Ready to receive orders.
You cockfucker sucks. Fuck, it is not 0. Oh, you... Okay, well, we are still destroying a whole lot of them just based on the torpedoes alone. That is a bit of a nasty issue, actually. So it's not defaulter. But you can see the starfighter firing behind it. That's nice. Oh, now we have 2 of them in there. I suppose that's kind of fun. Are torpedoes too effective against small targets? I believe the answer is yes. How do I know which of these fighters do and don't have that value set? Because now I need to add this line to every single starfighter. That kind of sucks. Space movement strikes. Yeah, now this time it's weapon targeting. But you know, we will test. You know, we're nothing if not scientific here, so we will execute the same test without this tag in it, and then we shall see if our torpedoes still hit. That was very deadly, by the way, those torpedoes. There is a way to fix this. Or there is a way for this to not happen, which is to increase the inaccuracy of torpedoes against starfighters.
Bomber standing by.
Alright, now. Will we hit? Remember, if they hit us but we don't hit them, then that tag does not default to 0. Which I think these are off the map and they're not full frontal, so that is gonna make it easier to miss them. Now, I don't know about you, but to me it looks like they're overshooting. In fact, they are going right in between the wings. No, they're not even, they're even going over the wings. God fucking. Like, you could... how is that value not 0 by default? That is some baby back bullshit. They overshot us. They're coming around. Yeah, but that's not... No, we don't want to have to input that dialogue into the game because that's a fucking bug. That's a bug! I hate bugs. I want a good bug as a dead bug. Okay, so we're going to quickly run through all of the starfighters. Hashtag Empire at War things. This should have 4 entries, good. This should have 4 entries, good. Ah, we haven't even tried the interdictor yet. Interdictor's fun shit. It's not as good against starfighters, of course. Heavy missile platform, ranged. Like, most fighters do have this. -1. No, 0. I don't trust your -1. Ah, the Vulture has the same. Alright, alright, alright. So we'll put it over here. I do believe there's multiple versions of this unit, though. No, there's not. Now you'll notice that not all the new units are actually in here. That's because the new units They have not yet been coded. I will do that when the default units are coded and finished, which, you know, it's not going to happen if I keep, you know, testing starfighters all day. But V-Wing has a similar problem. Not anymore. Headhunter. Unit like the K-Wing is not so bad because it's very, very big. It's mostly the smaller targets that are affected, though. I mean, if the starfighter has the problem, then I'm not sure just how big the unit has to be for this to not be a problem. All of them are here. Hull cracker. It should be a variant, so that should be fine. 175. Alright, crisis averted. All the other units have it now. Hunter, V-Wing, Starlight. Yeah. Yeah, Scimitar versus Star Viper, yo. This is the problem with bombers. This is the same problem as the B-Wing against the Defender thing. Except because we're now firing 4 torpedoes, that actually becomes a far more pronounced issue. Now, I don't have a problem with consistent hits on starfighters from torpedoes, even the non-advanced ones. But it should mostly be very, very, very big units, like maybe skip rays or like Lambda shuttles, you know, those kinds. Big gunships, Targans. Not necessarily Star Vipers, despite the Star Vipers obviously being a massive target head-on.
Bomber standing by. Engine
That's really working against the drone.
bomber squadron reporting. Receiving orders. Ready for orders. Bombers at the ready. Setting up my runs. Ready to receive orders.
Oh, they didn't get the torpedoes off. Oh, that's bad.
Comlink active.
Swiveling dual medium lasers. Ow. Oh, well, turns out maybe they're not so good at dogfighting after all. You know. If your torpedo bomber does not fire your torpedoes, not so good now, is it? I'm also not sure if the torpedo burn currently works. I set up a... I haven't seen that work at all, actually. You know what? We're gonna make a quick change to projectiles. We're gonna increase the radius of the combat mods from 5 to 15. And we're gonna replace that value. Okay, I want you to search for 5. And I want you to replace that. What do you mean there is no results? What do you mean? Oh, did I set it up to 10? Oh, well then it should kind of... Then that should kind of work, you know. Combat mod, torpedo burn. Particles. Combat mod, torpedo burn. P combat mod, proton, torpedo burn. You know, just for testing's sake, we're gonna do that. So now when a torpedo hits, I don't know, maybe it instead of a -%, yeah, but nah, it's kind of fucky like that. Wait, I think Small said something about that. I also think Maxim said something about that. I might not have that set up properly, which makes me wonder if the rest is set up properly. Oh yeah, no, Star Vipers are amazing. You get those bad boys in a dogfight and their maneuverability doesn't hamper them at all because their fucking lasers just swivel around. It's beautiful. Very, very good. They're very good dogfighters because of that. Just don't have, you know, stuff that's very good against big targets hitting them, because that is their weakness. The fact that they are pretty damn big. You can even lock their S-foils. I mean, you'll reduce your own firepower, but you'll greatly reduce your hitbox size. That looked awesome. Kind of happy with that as well. Hey dude, would it be possible to add the turrets that the ISD-1 has on the targeting system as the model... What? Would it be possible to add those turrets that the ISD-1 has on the targeting system as the model of Rogue One? I don't understand your question. Can you rephrase that? Oh, okay.
Bomber standing by. Setting up my run, sir. Bomber squadron.
Alright, now we're basically taking some free shots. No, we're not. They're actually heading straight toward us.
Get them off me.
It doesn't work. Okay. The radius isn't the problem. It is the value that's the problem. Maxim said something about this. Alright. Instead of minus, we are now putting that value there. But yeah, can you rephrase your question? I don't quite understand what you mean. Where do you want to put the ISD-1 turrets? I mean, hardpoint code-wise, turrets are interchangeable. They're just not interchangeable with regular hardpoints due to the way the bones are set up. Dude, I can't fucking wait for unit-based inaccuracy to return. I'm so excited. I asked 1138 to if he would be interested in getting a Tyrant made. Because when that is fixed, we can once more have that kind of stuff. The ATR team is all up on the, oh my god, we can do like ground weapons well again, and I'm just sitting here thinking, rocket barrages in space, yes. You know, with area damage. That's what we're gonna be using it for.
Bombers at the ready. Engines activated. Receiving orders. Ready to receive.
All right.
Orders. Setting up.
Let's see it. I need a hit. One will do. Okay. It does need to be specifically one, unfortunately. By the way, make no mistakes. These are dual medium shots. They're not single medium shots. Which makes them pretty good. Okay, a single hit. That's all. It doesn't work. Okay, now I have some questions. Yo, Jesus. That's it. Message in Discord? Well, just put it down here, because I don't check Discord messages randomly through streams. have the radius. All right, I'm gonna try the radius value of 25. It should. It has worked before. I have seen it work, and I didn't understand why it didn't happen last time. Then Smalls mentioned the combat mod radius, at which point I was like, ah, right. That might work. Which might also mean that the shield thing doesn't quite work. Which means I need to test an ion torpedo on a ship. We can do that. We'll make that happen. In fact, we already even have the Scimitar set up. Now I just need them to fire an ion torpedo at a damn ship and hit. Which won't be difficult. Just put a Star Destroyer somewhere and a single ion torpedo should do it. It's actually happening.
Bomber standing by.
No comment.
Engines active.
I usually wait for a bit so that the AI can do its little fly around thing and then turn back around.
Bomber squadron reporting.
Don't know where you guys are going.
Orders.
Here we go.
Setting up my run, sir.
Get him off me.
Oh, that one's about to get it. Alright, so what if I say combat mod value 99? And then it subtracts by 99 despite not actually having any minuses there, which that would be a little weird, but it does work. The particle doesn't trigger. The effect doesn't trigger. This is rather curious.
Bomber standing by. Engines activated.
No, let's ask good old Smalls about this one, because I'm not gonna spend the time here figuring out the correct configuration. I'll just ask someone. Voodoo's still on his crusade. Get rid of the Mi-6 spot. How do you set up the functional L with combat mode again? Just messing around with the values. It doesn't work. Still. Got the radius set up, got everything set up, but we'll just do it this way so we know where it is, and that should be that. I think this would just, whatever, doesn't matter. That means that the balance testing we have done is kind of faulty to an extent. Starfighter and set to 0. Otherwise, projectiles will overshoot. Sorry. Well, that kind of sucks. But we're not going to be hung up on that right now. We can just ask someone that does know how it works. So yeah. Torpedoes right now a bit too good. I think I'm going to set specific inaccuracy on the bomber torpedoes. Because let's be honest, I don't mind X-Wings hitting the target all the time. I do mind units like the I don't know, Scimitar hitting all the time. For obvious reasons. Hunter is good, Starwing should be good, Defender should be good, Bomber, it only fires 2. It's a bomber. We're doing it this way. Even you get it. Horizontal should be fine, X-Wing is fine. Okay, so this is kind of artificial, making bombers worse against starfighters this way. I could do it with the B-Wing too. That would get rid of the problem where it hits defenders. That would get rid of that problem. The Z-95 torpedo bomber, you know what? I think that boy is fine. R-170 should be fine, Star Viper's fine, N1 is fine, and that is it. Good. Okay, let's do that one again. Oh, let me get rid of this. There we go. What's actually happening? The proton torpedoes are hitting starfighters and it's causing issues on units that fire multiple torpedoes. Z-95 torpedo bomber, it sounds badass. Well, it's currently in the mod right now, the Underworld can build them. The Z-95 is a torpedo bomber variant which sees its anti-starfighter missile replaced with a torpedo. 2 actually, in the last release. Let's do that again. And now I want to see these torpedoes miss the Star Vipers most of the time.
Bomber standing by. Engines activated. Setting up my run, sir. Bomber squadron reporting.
Now the Arc 170 at this point does not have the torpedo inaccuracy. They are able to actually hit the shim. That's the radius that's fucking up, surely. No, that's not the radius fucking up, otherwise the center one would have it too.
Ready for
It's mostly this though.
bombs away.
Get them off me.
Okay, now this is not a straight shot run, so
Bombers at the ready.
that kind of ruins the test to begin with. Wow. Are the light tail guns really that strong, even against medium armor and shields? I think the problem is the consistency and the fact that there's 2 of them. I could just change 2 tail guns into 1. That's no problem. We'll make it. Yeah, I mean that should be good, really. No, I don't know.
Conflict active. Roger that. Form up. Receiving orders.
I just need a full frontal against the Star Vipers to see if the inaccuracy values are good enough that they will still hit some of the time, but not all of the time. Like, this moving out of the way should cause the torpedoes to miss the way I have it envisioned. Now, it's a big target, and it is moving into the position where it is facing the the bulk of the fighter towards the torpedo. So in that sense, doesn't really matter. But when units move out of the way like this, the non-advanced torpedoes should already be missing. And as you can see, a lot of them missed there. Oh yeah, now that's perfect. That's ideal. That is completely 100% okay.
Bomber targeting. Heading for attack position.
The only real downside is that now it's also shit against this unit. And it has zero defense other than the torpedoes against this kind of firepower. So we are kind of wrecking the effectiveness of bombers against... This is the problem of making these changes on only specific units. Reduce the inaccuracy from 5 to 2.5. Oh, by the way, I haven't even shown you guys the interdictor yet. The good old TIE interdictor. The TIE interdictor currently doesn't hit as hard as I would like it to. And I am strongly considering adding the plasma torpedo so that, while it doesn't do more hull damage at that point, it will at least do a lot of damage against shields. And especially in the new system. That will be pretty valuable because the HP is going up by so much. Okay, that's good. Now I'm gonna do a quick. Now am I gonna do a quick interdictor? Yeah, why not? Let's do interdictor versus starfighter, or not starfighter. Scimitar. Interdictor squadron. A rebel interdictor squadron. And I'm gonna set the 170s up against... Will be a good matchup. Bizarros. Well, they're not shit. They're not shit. Let's put them against some B-Wings, shall we? Let's put them against some Imperial... B-Wings. Yeah, Gonzalez, just post your question here in the chat so that I can answer it right away. If you have one. Just don't spam me with messages on Discord. Yeah, it is. Yeah. I mean, in the lore, torpedoes are kind of weird, right? They don't really work in a gameplay sense. So what I did with them in the mod is I basically made them turn very slowly and move slower than missiles. So missiles are more of the premier anti-starfighter weapon, whereas torpedoes are far more focused against capital ships. They also only do a fraction of the damage against starfighters than that they do against capital ships to kind of balance that damage-wise. But as trade-off for that, missiles don't go through shields. That is the trade-off.
Engines activated.
B-wing here. Squadron advance.
Alright. Scimitar versus... what did I put it up? Interdictors, right. And B-Wings against Arc 170s. I am not sure who would really win that. I mean, we have heavy lasers too. Not repeating, I don't think. Like the Arc 170s. But we do have 3 ion cannons and 2 advanced... Yeah, okay. The advanced torpedoes should make that happen. Okay, we have I think we have several missiles in one, actually. I think this is both a... Yeah, this is both an ion pulse and AP missiles being fired at the same time.
Bombers
It just looks a little weird because the trails are mixed.
ready to receive orders.
But they're both in here. So this is... First of all the shields are going to be gone when this hits, and then the starfighter's going to be gone.
Comlink active.
Interdictors, gentlemen, are set up as weapon platforms, more so than super ultra heavy bombers. Their ion pulse missiles are effective against shields, obviously. In fact, if they hit, they completely disable shields for 15 seconds on starfighters. That's very powerful against starfighters. Maybe a bit too powerful even. But yeah, so the ion pulse hits, shields are gone. Then the armor piercing missile hits, and then you take a fuck ton of damage. And that's before we're even talking about the 4 torpedoes that are launched. You can also switch from well, you can't do it right now, but you will be able to. You can also switch the ion pulse missiles to high explosive missiles, so you're firing armor piercing and high explosive when your shields are down. So the idea with the interdictor is you go in, you hit them with the ion pulse, then you use the weapon switch to load the high explosive missiles, and then with shields gone, you're firing with both armor piercing and high explosive. So you got heavy armor covered, you got light armor covered in an area. Of course, high explosive, it does do area damage. And then you also got 4 proton torpedoes against ships. So it's fairly versatile. I'm thinking of switching the ion pulse missile to a plasma torpedo, which is more, which does an unholy amount of shield damage against ships. But plasma torps can't fire at ships, or at fighters. So that would pretty much debuff the interdictor against fighters, but it would really help against ships. Because against ships, they're kind of right now. You know, they don't really, for 4 TIE bomber hulls slapped together, they don't do as well as you might expect. They still do incredibly well, but they don't just blow everything out of the sky the way one might expect. Hey Bob, what's up man? Haven't seen you in a bit. How's it going? Haven't been here in a bit. How's the community doing for Empire at War? Pretty well. There's some exciting stuff happening right now that I can't really talk about. And we are looking at starfighter matchups right now in the new gameplay system, basically.
Roger that.
Oh yeah. And here we get to see, you know, they might have shields and they might have a half decent armor compared to bombers, but they still turn incredibly slowly. So something like the scimitar, which has far greater agility and speed, will in general be able to outperform them. But if you hit them in the face with a bunch of ion pulse missiles and then you just barrage them with other missiles and then you just hit them, it won't really matter that much. Again, don't mind the description, that's completely inaccurate for all starfighters. So yeah, it's not necessarily going to matter as much, right?
Weapons ready.
How are we doing against the B-Wings? Or how are the scimitars doing against the B-Wings? Wait, there's no scimitars here. There's just the 170s. Right, it is the battle of the slow turning... Those performed slightly better than I expected them to. But yeah, it's been going fairly well with me in the past week or so. Before that, not so well. I was I wouldn't call it like a mental breakdown or anything, but I was really my depression was kind of getting to me, and it showed. There was one particular stream, the last one, where I chucked a bottle of port and then I was crying on stream for 6 hours about my shit life. And that was not so good. So I took about 2 or so weeks off, took time for myself, did some soul searching, I guess you could call it. Got some perspective back, and that really helped. I realized that it was mostly my mind coming up with so many negatives, and that it wasn't really from any necessarily external factors, that the negativity came from. The negative feelings and the depression. It was mostly my mind putting me down. And after I realized that, it got much better. Yeah, here you see the ion pulse missiles, the armor piercing missiles. I don't think I see the trails of the high explosive missiles. That's because I haven't coded that switch yet. Or have I coded that switch yet? No. So right now it's just this just makes me want to code in the missile boat even more. But I said I would do that after the current ones are finished. So God's fucking shit, man. Now I did want the oh god, oh no. Oh no, my poor B-wings. Oh, and those are not gonna be able to move out of the missiles. Oh. I think I might switch the ion pulse for the plasma torpedo, because that is just a bit too much, eh? Shit. Do I have that set up to deal hull damage or some shit? Because that should not be... It might be area damage on the AP missiles, but they shouldn't even do any... Hold on, let me find out what's going on there, because that was... No, it's just that. Shield damage, yes. Hit point damage, no. I'm gonna set this to 99. And I'm gonna set the speed to like 50. And then I want to see if setting blast damage actually... Oh wait, you guys can't see this, okay. What I just did is we're gonna do a little test there. I'm suspecting the ion pulse actually deals damage to hull, which is not how I have it set up. It does not deal hit point damage, but I suspect that the blast area damage thing overrides that. Just given by how fast these scimitars are vanishing, because wow. So right now, the ion pulse missiles are much faster than the rest, so they will fly on ahead of everything else. And then when one ion pulse missile hits, either we're going to see all these scimitars vanish, in which case we kind of have a problem, or we are not going to see them vanish, in which case it's alright, and we just have to kind of figure out why the interdictor is still shredding the scimitars. Now, mind you, you don't want to be using any of these against starfighters, really, but at least the interdictor is supposed to, while it can't move out of the way and it can't defend itself, at least it is able to put out so much firepower that to kind of scare away the enemy starfighters, right? With its HA missile and its AP missile and the ion pulse.
Command acknowledged.
That's the point of the interdictor. That's the point of the interdictor. A weapon platform that, when it's in trouble, cannot get out. Alright. And of course, right now, the scimitars are not... Oh my god. That's not good. Oh, that is very bad. I'm gonna put that on the mod up. Just found out overrides the in case it helps anyone. Just found out blast area damage overrides the tag and will always apply hit point damage. Now, before I send this, I'm going to test that one more time. Oh, I mean, we just saw there's only one projectile with that kind of blast range, which we just set up to 999 for the ion pulse. This means that we cannot... Well, that explains why the ion pulse wrecks, okay. What we just found out, gentlemen, is that if you have a projectile with area damage, or that does something in an area, and you have it set up to not deal hull damage, such as the ion pulse, which is only supposed to damage shields, it will fully override that, and it will just apply the damage anyway. And you know what? That sucks. Because that means any ion projectile with area damage will apply hull damage. That is what we just found out. And that is really sad for our ion pulse missiles. Because that means we have to take off either the blast area, or we have to be okay with these actually dealing damage to hull, which I'm not in the least. And losing the area damage on the ion pulse is pretty shit. Because that just makes the whole projectile kind of shit. Because now it's just... I mean, it still applies to at least one starfighter. I also find it funny that that one didn't die. That... How... I don't know. That kind of sucks. So if you have any area damage projectiles with aren't supposed to damage hull, that is an issue. Alright, and now we have to make a decision. Oh, by the way, I didn't even show this yet, but let me show you the current endurance. Did I already remove that? I did. Okay. Gentlemen, we are putting in the endurance at some point. 1138 is currently working on the model. And here we go. There's some things that still have to be fixed. A couple of visual issues. Things like that black thing and the fact that this looks a bit wonky. But other than that, this is basically the endurance. And yes, this thing will carry K-Wings. And yes, you will, via the Starfighter attrition system, have to pay for them if you lose them. So, no free K-Wings for you. Just conveniently carried in the Starship. And you guys were still looking at the game screen. Okay, so, as I said, endurance carrier. Will carry K-Wings. We're still tweaking the model, or 11 is still tweaking the model. There's some issues, such as that black stuff, and the engines being a bit wonky, and there should probably be some lights on these areas. That's still getting worked on, but aside from that, endurance carrier. Let's see, what is chat up to? Attack relic from the Clone Wars versus an advanced attack from the Galactic Civil War. B-Wing should win most fights. Not so sure about that. Not so sure about that. The way I see the B-Wing is basically like the somewhat like the TIE Interdictor, but let's actually compare those stat-wise. Let's compare those stat-wise. nice. So we have the interdictor and we have the B-wing. Now the interdictor, being a TIE, is slightly faster and slightly more maneuverable. Still nothing to write home about, but it's gonna move slightly better than the B-wing. The B-wing, on the other hand, has like almost double the shield points, which is much sturdier. It has heavy armor instead of medium, which is also really good. In general, is far more durable. And while its torpedo firepower is only 100, 300, is 25% less than that of the interdictor. It comes equipped with an ion torpedo, which is very useful against capital ships. It has basically the lasers or whatever, but the premier feature here in terms of weapons is the 3 ion cannons, which are very nice against ships and shielded fighters. I know you were talking about the ARC 170, but I skipped past that and I was trying to compare it with the interdictor. Long story short, B-wing, slower, less agile, but far more durable. Is better equipped for heavy starfighter attacks with the ion pulse or the ion torpedo and the ion cannons, 3 of them. And while the interdictor can be used also kind of as a anti-starfighter warding unit by just virtue of its missiles, which what you just saw with the Scimitar, that was faulty code. It's not that good, but it will at least be able to, hit consistently enemy starfighters. It's just, it doesn't have the defense. So the interdictor really is kind of pretty good against kind of everything, but it does not have the kind of staying power that you can rely on it to really do your work for a long time. If you understand what I'm saying. So it does very much need defense. B-wing does too, but if you get your B-wing in trouble, you have a decent chance of actually getting it out of there with the S-foils and the additional durability. Whereas with the interdictor, you get it in trouble and it will die. What else? They're both big, they're both fat. Yeah. I said the B-wing is the better assault unit, at least for starship attacks. At least for starship attacks. I'm actually wondering why I didn't equip the interdictor with a ion torpedo. It being a... That's a good question. I even fucking equipped the Y-wing with an ion torpedo. Not the TIE bomber, of course. That'd be a bit much. In terms of B-wing against ARC 170, I want to quickly talk about that one too, because that one's interesting. So if we're looking at the B-wing versus the ARC 170, the B-wing is slower. I mean, both have S-foils. It is far less maneuverable. The ARC 170 has the 2 heavy cannons and the tail gun, which is nice, and 1 torpedo. It does have an astromech, whereas the B-wing does not. However, the B-wing has heavy armor and has far more shield points against, again, almost double. B-wing is very well defended. The B-wing in turn has advanced proton torpedoes, more maneuverable, more likely to hit the ARC 170. An ion torpedo for starship attacks, which is very good. Trades one of the heavy lasers for a light laser, and also its heavy laser is non-repeating, which means less burst fire. But again, the 3 ion cannons are just very good. In terms of a dogfight, I'm actually not sure. I'm actually going to specifically do that fight a couple times, because I'm very curious to see actually who would win there, B-wing or ARC 170. You know what, I might just upload this entire stream to YouTube as basically a giant starfighter testing thing. I feel like people might enjoy watching that, though it is pretty long. Yeah, B-wing is definitely a capital ship attack unit, like a super heavy attack starfighter. assault starfighter. Which I suppose the Arc 170 is kind of as well, but it doesn't nearly do as much damage. Less shit in a dogfight though. Those tail guns, as we've seen, pretty good. Not against the B-Wing specifically because of the heavy armor, but you know, you've seen how it deals with light ties earlier in the stream, so. Oh shit! Yeah, I forgot to change back the ion pulse stats. Sorry, let me do that. Also, now we have to decide what we do with the ion pulse missile because I really like the area effect, and yeah, shit. Hold on a second. There's one thing we might yet try. I don't think that works. It is overwritten. It is overwritten, but I don't know if these ones interact with that stat and then via that overrides this. Not a fucking clue. Let's test that out as well. Was that for that stream? It's good to see you doing better. Stepping away and figuring things out is always the best thing to do when it gets too heavy. I agree. Just finished a grad school semester from hell that nearly broke me, so I know how you feel. Yeah, 2020 has been pretty hard on people in general. I feel I'm glad I'm not the only one, and I'm also very glad to have such a supportive community because, you know, without it, that would get very rough. That would get very rough, for sure. I'm hoping to be able to possibly also help some people out myself now. I know that there's not much I can do personally, like for other people and such, especially, you know, doing things like this kind of thing. But some people sometimes do say that, kind of, you know, just being here and hanging out, that does help them a lot. And that is good to read. Though I'm not sure what I could do for people in that same way. But you know, just listening and being supportive, that really helps. Okay. That's unfortunate. That is so shit. No. Okay. Area damage removed from ion pulse missiles. Where do we put the changelog channel? Right here. For the starfighter rework, removed splash damage from ion pulse missiles. They were causing hull damage despite only they should have only damaged shields. They still disable shields fully on the hit starfighters for. Oh, wait, what am I doing? It doesn't even fucking matter. Ha ha! Never mind, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because we are using the combat mods to get rid of enemy shields and not the damage. Lol. Never mind, guys. We're 100% fine. I just didn't think about that. With that in place, let's test the Arc 170 versus the B-Wing. If the B-Wing gets into position to fire, I fully believe that the Arc 170 is going to vanish. But if they don't, then the Arc 170 has an advantage because, of course, it has the tail guns, which will take a lot of shots to actually kill a B-Wing. But, you know, the consistency is very important. Man, I do not miss school. I have to say, Gross, I kind of agree. I'm glad I'm out of there. I'm glad I'm out of university. And just school in general. While I like the academia environment, I am glad to be out of it. Especially because I wasn't doing so hot there either, some of the time. And it's a very high pressure environment, university. You know, you have a bad time, or you have a bad moment or something, and you fall behind, and you're fucked. There is no catching up at university. You don't keep up, for whatever reason, valid or no, you're done. You're done. No mercy. Now, we should hopefully see these scimitars not vanish as quickly. I will do them against the interdictors first. I still expect them to die, you know, because the interdictor is equipped with the missiles.
Setting up my run, sir.
If not for the name, you'd think that would be the missile boat. What the fuck? Well, I mean, that at least confirms the effectiveness of the missiles. I was kind of scared that the missile boat might not be as effective as it might be. Nah, my good lord. I don't hate it though. I don't hate it. I actually like it. It's just that now it's also going to mess up the fight between the Arc 170s and the B-Wings, but I also have a real tendency to say Arc 175 every time. Guys, I really want to call the missile boat, I'm not gonna lie. I might just cut this short and just quote that in, because if we look at the missile boat, this is what the missile boat does, okay? Here you have the TIE interdictor, and then here's the missile boat. So instead of 2 light lasers, 4 proton torpedoes, an AP missile, and an ion pulse, we get 1 medium laser, which is kind of shit. Either 4 high explosive missiles or 4 armor piercing missiles, a concussion missile, 2 regular missiles, and an ion pulse missile. And that fires in the sequence of ion pulse missile, I think, then the conch, then the AP, and then the regular. Or I don't actually know the order, except that the ion pulse fires first, and these fire. I can't recall in which order these fire. I think the missiles fire last. Let me have a look at that. Regular missile is 900. Ion pulse fires first always, so that it reaches the target and disables the shields for the rest of the missile. Then the AP missile and the concussion fire all at the same time, and then the regular missile. Again, I kind of want to just try it out. There are 6 missile boats? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Took me 6 years to stop having stress dreams. Dude, I still sometimes dream that, oh shit, I forgot some project, and oh fuck, there's a test tomorrow, and oh my god, I didn't prepare properly, and then I wake up and like, shit. Fuck you, school. I haven't gone there in forever. I don't have dreams anymore? Oh, that's a very sad situation. I have the most ridiculous fucking dreams you've ever fucking heard of. I have like you could put them in a movie, so lengthy and weird and complex. It's beautiful. I love it, actually. I'm really sad for people that can't dream, because I wouldn't want to live that way without dreams. It'd be so sad. I really like the model. Oh yeah, me too. It's a very good job he did. Really like the other he did too. Yeah, he has a different version of the nebula, which looks something like this. It has a slightly different bridge, and it's basically this. Now, I'm not entirely sure how we would use that. Beside the regular nebula and the endurance, we kind of have the carrier, we kind of have the battleship. I don't know, maybe it's a hero unit or something? Maybe. I don't know. Yes, Gross, there is. There is the endurance, which is not this. This one is made up by 1138 himself, which, again, I like it. I just don't know how we'd use it. Right? Anyone keep up with The Mandalorian? Nah, not really. The first one bored me, the first season, and after whatever episode there was with the ADST, I realized that this is made for people who can turn their brain off while looking at stuff and just enjoy shit. I'm not that kind of guy. I need to have something for my mind to grab onto, some logic, some in-universe consistency, and I need whatever I'm watching to stick to that. Which is completely my problem, and it sucks, and I know that. And it stops me from enjoying shit like The Mandalorian. Just can't do it. When that ADST moved forward, like right into the trap, when it was so clearly visible, and a bunch of pirates armed with guns lost to a bunch of farmers with wooden sticks, that's where I peaced out. Couldn't do it. Couldn't do it anymore. So no, I haven't seen the second season. Apparently, like, Boba Fett shows up at some point. I mean, that's cool, I guess. But you're gonna need an actual like series with some like logic and consistency there for me to get into it. I mean, no fucking problem if you enjoy the show, of course. Like, no offense. I'm not trying to say that people shouldn't enjoy it. I'm glad people have some Star Wars content they can enjoy again. Because let's be honest, after the sequels, we really needed some good Star Wars that people can enjoy. So I'm glad people can enjoy Mandalorian. It's just not for me personally. My issue is that the arc seems too good for its age. Yeah, but I don't make unit shit just because they're old. I don't like that kind of way of working around things. I would rather balance units in such a way that they make sense in the time period where they existed, right? For the purpose that they were made for, and the unit you had back then, that unit made sense. But as the kind of unit you have evolves in time, and your enemy has different kinds of units, it becomes less effective against countering those things. That's how I set up pretty much all my ships and starfighters, and I think that's a much better way than artificially making shit weaker. Now, if this was IRL and we had World War II with propeller planes and modern day jets with missiles that can kill you from like 10 kilometers away, then yeah, it makes sense for older things to be worse. But this is Star Wars. Stuff doesn't really evolve in that way. Yeah, it's also not that old. You convinced me? Nice. Just by looking at the stats, I like it. I hope that's a vote in favor of the stats. Sort of. I guess the Arc is more of a multi-role attacker. Yeah, definitely. I mean, that tailgun, man, does so much. And of course, the heavy repeating lasers in general, just pretty good. And the B-Wing is a super heavy dedicated bomber, really. Exactly. I'm still not entirely sure if the Arc wins in the dogfight. I'm going to remove everything up here, and then I'm going to have another B-Wing squadron up here with Empire, and then I'm going to have another Arc squadron up here for the That's B-Wings. That's also B-Wings. Why are there all B-Wings? I thought I had some Arc 170s there as well. There we go. Rebellion and Rebellion. Okay. We're going to do 2 tests at the same time of the exact same matchup, because I still want to kind of know who wins there. Again, if the B-Wing gets the arc in its sights, the 3 ions will not only completely obliterate the shields of the arc in like one shot or one burst, but they will also reduce its firepower by 50%, which is incredibly bad for the arcs. Like losing 50% of your firepower, that's gonna suddenly take twice as long to kill the B-Wings, and in that time, well, you know, that's just kind of terrible. So, and then of course you got the advanced torpedoes, but you know, I keep bringing up that tail gun of the 170 just because it is so consistent, and consistency is really key.
B-Wing squadron report.
But I do kind of expect the B-Wings to win, because you know, if they do line up that shot,
B-Wing here. Setting course.
you know, ion cannons against the shields, torpedoes go right through the shields, even if they don't currently reduce the amount of HP properly the way they should.
Starting our attack.
It should still kind of be no contest, despite the heavy lasers being very effective.
Ready for duty.
You know, if they actually decide to hit. And of course, these are big units, so the heavy lasers will actually hit, and they hit like trucks. I mean, we kind of know that already, but that was the heavy lasers, as you saw. The last 3 B-Wings there just got completely shredded by the heavy lasers. At least I hope you guys saw that. I hope this all translates to Twitch very well. Like, there's a lot of very small stuff happening on the screen right now, and I hope I got the encoding right to be able to actually transfer that to Twitch so that you can actually see it as well. I would actually say the Arc 170 is kind of the jack of all trades, master of none in this matchup. I mean, there's much better, like, or more specific multi-role units, much closer to the center. X-Wing comes to mind as, like, the premier, like, multi-role unit.
Initiating sweep. Awaiting
Arc 170 with its 2 heavies instead of 4 mediums, that's kind of, better against Starship Assault.
Copy.
Is it better against Starship Assault?
Closing on enemy.
It's better against armor, at least.
Incoming.
Yeah, it's the heavy lasers. And then, of course, the tail guns very slowly work on them. But emphasis on very slowly.
They've got us targeted. I can't take
I didn't actually target these to attack, so they might just horrifically lose.
Imperial forces. Squad, I need help.
Alright, turns out maneuverability trumps firepower. Even substantially better firepower. That is interesting. I didn't... Not sure about that result. Yeah, 6 missile boats in a squadron. On in high school, I was reminded by my classmate the period before it was due that needed to write an essay that was worth 40% of the grade. Ouch! Luckily, I was in computer class, so I didn't really care about shit. So I just banged out this 8-page essay in an hour and a half, bullshitted half of it, and used Wikipedia references. Look, gentlemen, we all know in academia you do not cite Wikipedia as the source. You cite the sources of Wikipedia. They're at the bottom of the page. Just list them right as they are. And that is perfectly fine. Just don't link the Wikipedia article. Link the sources. Because Wikipedia will link to scientific studies and shit. Just link those. Don't just link to the page.
Imperial spotted. Can anyone else see him? Where are you?
I am surprised at the lack of dead arcs.
Losing my engine.
Are we just not hitting the torpedoes or something?
Tight spot.
Ugh. I'm attributing this to the heavy lasers, by the way. All the way. The heavy repeating lasers. And the fact that our B-Wing laser is non-repeating. So, it still has the same amount of DPS, it just doesn't fire in a burst of 3. It fires 1, 1, 1. You know?
Yes, Commander. Confirmed. Ready. V-Wing Squadron reporting. V-Wing here.
I know how I feel about this. I'm gonna see what happens with the torpedoes, actually, because these advanced torpedoes...
Weapons armed.
Yeah, but these are the bomber torpedoes, and we just gave them a bunch of inaccuracy. But I shouldn't decide this specific fight
Open fire.
against the fairly fat Arc 170s. I'm gonna see what happens with the torpedoes here. Unless they all just target one arc and then... Alright, that was a lot of missed shots. And then the heavy lasers come in and they will not be missing as much. As you can see here, the hitboxes are fairly tight. I made sure of that. No shitty hitboxes here. Simple, but accurate.
Where's our cover?
And then of course now that's just a torpedo.
Where'd he come from?
And then the entire torpedo volley pretty much missed.
Ready for duty.
Even against such big targets. And then here we see the... I think this thing still has shields. That one hit is a torpedo. And then the tail guns just very slowly whittle that down over time. Now again, emphasis on very slowly, but the consistency of it is too much. Oh, here you saw, or at least I hope you saw that, the ion cannons hitting that.
Got one on me.
I have a feeling that the firepower debuff isn't applied properly either. I have that sneaking suspicion. Oh, man. Why is this so bad? It can't be the torpedo. It has to be because so much of the B-Wing's firepower is in the two advanced torps that if they don't hit, then the B-Wing will be able to take out the shields of the Arc very effectively. But the lasers themselves are, I don't think, going to finish it that well. Unless I fucked up somewhere and the heavy laser isn't firing. Gonna fail a class for years, so glad that stopped. Yeah, every now and then, you know, I still got that one gross. Subtitan, welcome back. Oh yeah, now, well, not really working on the overhaul, we're just kind of testing what's already there. And I am pretty satisfied with the majority of the results. This one specifically is a bit odd, I have to say. B-Wings are shit. No, they're shit against starfighters. Try them against the Star Destroyer. Hashtag low.
Initiating sweep. B-Wing here.
Alright.
Weapons armed. We're starting.
Torpedoes away. If they hit, they will wreck them. And I'm fairly sure we only need 2 torpedoes in order to destroy one of these. So wonderful. 3 B-Wings fired their torpedoes at 1 Arc. Arc is now dead. 5 remaining Arcs, which are now firing their lasers, which will recharge faster than our torpedoes, and our torpedo volleys are now away, and they might still all be targeting that 1 Arc. Alright, second volley from the second group is away and missed, and now all we have left are ion cannons, a heavy laser, and a light laser. And remember that Nyan torpedo does not fire at starfighters, because that is a horrific waste. Here we see a light laser. Now I want to see a red heavy laser fly.
They're on me.
Well, I mean, the heavy laser not fucking working would explain half the results. R heavy laser, muzzle AOO. Gentlemen, I have a sneaking suspicion the B-wing heavy laser isn't firing. Okay. Muzzle AOO. Yeah, that could be flip 90 degrees, but that shouldn't make a blind bit of difference. Muzzle AOO, that's the one. Muzzle AOO. 900. Yeah. Heavy laser R. Master 500. No. You know what I'm going to do? I am going to remove the second advanced torpedo and I'm going to set it up as a sequence fire. I'm gonna have 2 seconds in between. How is the TIE bomber? Also 2 seconds. So now we are not firing all of the torps in one go, we are firing them in groups. Kind of like how the other one does it. I'm also gonna do the same thing for the elite one. Obviously. Thirteen, 13, 2, and 2. What is the fire bone of the other one? B2. Gentlemen, why do I not see heavy lasers fly? That's a light laser. It's a thing. It exists. It should fire. Never got that with the A's. Way ahead of time. See, that's the wise thing to do. I was the kind of guy that used to do everything the evening before it was due. At least earlier in high school. Later on, you couldn't really get away with that. Really love the movement and firing behavior of the new fighter squads. Glad to hear that, man. Really glad to hear that. When I started on this spreadsheet and just filling in random numbers, I really had no idea whether or not this was actually going to work very well. But now that it's in game and after a lot of testing, I think I'm quite happy with it, and I'm very happy to hear that other people are also liking it so far. At least so far, I don't think I've really heard a lot of complaints. So real, I had to go to the psychologist to get extra time with the exams, just so I could function. Yeah, fucking academia, dude. It's just unhealthy. It's very unhealthy for you.
Squadron advance. B-wing
Mentally and physically.
Weapons armed.
Alright, let's see if the torpedo delay made a difference. Looking at the weapon loadout, the Arc just happens to be especially well equipped to fight slow heavy targets. Oh, abso-fucking-lutely. I mean, those heavy lasers are more inaccurate than any other kind of lasers, and they fire much more slowly. But when they hit like fucking trucks. And the drop off against armor or against heavy armor like that of the B-Wing is obviously the best out of any laser. Like, light lasers don't do jack against heavy armor, but heavy lasers, they go right through armor. They're great. There's only a minuscule amount of damage reduction there. And of course, slow, fat targets, that's exactly where you want your heavy lasers to go up against, right? So yeah, Arcs are especially well equipped against B-Wings. Still, they shouldn't massacre them that much, or that badly. At the end when I had 5 minutes left, I haven't been in that particular situation, but I have been. I know the feeling, trying to rush through that stuff. They have like 2 medium and 1 big ass. No, they have 1 light laser and 1 heavy laser and 3 ion cannons. And I guarantee you, the shields of most of these Arcs are down. It's just that their HP is not down. And I blame that partially on the torpedoes, and I blame it on not seeing the heavy laser fire, which we're gonna have another look at that. We're gonna keep our eye out, gentlemen, on red heavy lasers flying, which is basically the same as the arc laser, except this one is red, and they fire slower, you know, same DPS overall, but you know what the fuck I mean. Okay, 1 torpedo away. I am not seeing red lasers fly. The heavy laser hardpoint is not functional. It is not working. You can see the light laser fly. It's right there. Not the heavy one though. And why do these torpedoes? Is it really the inaccuracy of the B-Wing against the Arc? It's such a big fucking target. Like, again, I guarantee you the shields of all of these are down. It's just that now we're relying on the heavy lasers, which is apparently not firing, and the torpedoes, which are missing a lot, to actually then kill them. Whereas the heavy lasers, as you can see, they will hit the other ones. We need to figure out why that heavy laser isn't firing, boys. Because this is not as it should be. Alright, there is only one muzzle A_00 bone. It is right, that one. It is in the correct orientation. HP B-Wing R. I already replaced the name. That's the elite version. That should not make a blind bit of difference. You don't... No, I added that specifically. Range target Z adjust. I'm gonna see if that... And it shouldn't be a problem. Well, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. It should just fucking shoot. Do it this way. Let's also do that. Well, not for every fighter, Luke. If you get some, like, say, a TIE Interceptor or another similarly small target, then, you know, the torpedoes miss, and then you just got the ion cannons, and the heavy laser, and the light laser. Also, remember, gentlemen, a lot of the firepower of the B-Wing is in the torpedoes and in the ion torp, and I specifically set them up with advanced torpedoes so that they would fire less torpedoes in general, so you don't really get the situation with the scimitar where even if like 1 or 2 misses, the rest might still hit. No, the B-Wing torpedoes miss, then you're kind of boned because it only fires 2 advanced instead of like 3 normal, which would do the same damage. But you have a greater chance of not missing. I hear shots. I don't see shots. The model doesn't exist. W laser heavy R. Okay. Well, I have several questions. In fact, there are a number of questions. Such as, why are there no single heavy laser models for a lot of these? Despite the fact I was pretty thorough with exporting, but we are missing several. Like we don't have a single blue laser. We don't have a single red laser. Despite the fact that the model appears several. No, that is true. Which ones are we missing? We are missing blue, we are missing Magneto, which is purple, we are missing red, we are missing yellow. Huh. How did that happen? Oh wait, I know. I removed the originals. Oh, then I wonder how many other ones we don't have. Okay, so we got single. Okay, we got all the light ones we need. Medium. Yeah, we have all the mediums right there. It's just the heavies. But why are they not? That is curious. Well, that then gives us the next question, which is the projectiles physically exist. It's just that they don't show. But that means that they do take damage, or they deal the damage that they should. So that does not explain why the B-Wing is performing poorly. Could it be that the effect is so bad? I guess it could. It's kind of odd. Again, what I mentioned earlier with the, for example, Scimitar firing 4 torpedoes versus the B-Wing firing 2, obviously if the B-Wing happens to miss, it's far more detrimental. But I did take that into account. But maybe the effect is a bit more pronounced than I'd like. Maybe that is the issue. I mean, the ARC-170 isn't that big a target head-on, but still. I mean, it is kind of a slim target head-on. Bet if you did this with a different starfighter, it wouldn't be as bad, but still. Let's find some different music. Let's put that on again for a second. Because I do quite like it. Queen does exist. Dun, dun, dun. So that means all of these don't exist, technically. The models at least. Like, you could hear the projectiles fire, you just didn't see them. Which led me to believe that, hey... maybe the model doesn't exist, and that turned out to be the case. That turned out to be the case for all but one of the heavy lasers. Well, this only fixes the visual issue. But I did also equip him with the advanced ones, not only to reduce the pulse or the amount of shit fired, but also to slightly increase the effectiveness against starfighters in that sense, because they can turn faster. It's kind of strange, honestly. He is the last laser master, so he knows. I suppose. Why is the Arc so maneuverable? It's not really. Arc 170 is as maneuverable as an X-Wing. Stat-wise, this is very similar to the X-Wing. Well, now we can at least see the lasers fly. Shouldn't make a blind bit of difference for gameplay purposes, but...
Starting our attack run. Closing on enemy. Engaging Imperial forces.
Yeah, I suppose the formation is now... It's also the formation, gentlemen. These are technically supposed to be bombers, which means I put them in the formation where they kind of attempt at least to spread out some of the fire coming from them by putting them behind each other. Now that also makes it so happen that when strike fighters, for example, or regular fighters come in a line, that they're probably going to focus due to the tight light the way the targeting happens, that they're gonna target like maybe 1 or 2 starfighters, whereas the line is far more effective against something like, say, this formation, because it kind of spreads the damage, and in this case specifically trickles it in. Whereas this is gonna target 1, you see? Whereas this is more effective against
Locking on.
to like spread the damage of torpedoes out across things like starships, star bases, whatever the fuck you're bombing.
Open fire.
See, if this kept going and it actually got the chance to, now that the shields are down thanks to the ion cannons, actually fire the heavy laser.
Enemy fighters on me. They're on me. Shields are down.
Ow, 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 ow.
Ready for duty.
Ow, those heavy lasers. You know what? I'm gonna change it into a light repeating laser, because this is not, or a repeating heavy, because this is just sad. This be sad, man. And then I need to change it into 2. Three shots, 0.5 means that there is just 2 seconds in between, and I do believe these have a 9-second reload in total. Oh, 7? Wait. Oh no. Huh. Oh. Boys? Yeah, that's what that says. Yeah, that's what that is what that says, though. Alright, I got bad news for you, boys. The Arc 170 has the wrong weapon stats. It should fire much faster. 1 shot per 3 seconds, 3 shots per 9 seconds. And the way that works is we have 1 pulse delay, 1.0, and then that goes to 7.0, just like so, and that is the correct burst. That is the correct burst. And you know why that is a thing? That is very nasty. I will tell you right now, because when we go back to the Arc right now, I wonder which others have this. That must be before I changed it. It is because this thing has both weapons set into 1 weapon, or 1 hardpoint, which means we got 6 shots here, which means that this right here is halved because the 2 weapons, and then we have 2.5. Now, when we subtract 2.5 from 9, we get 6.5. But it's no longer 9, it's 7, which means we have to subtract 2.5 from 7, resulting in 4.5. Ouch. Big oof. See, that is correct. That is correct. That is the Tartan heavy laser. That one gets an exception. Oh dear, yeah. No, wait, this is first. Am I an idiot? 1 laser per 3 seconds. 3 lasers per 9 seconds. So the reload should be 7. No, I am an idiot, never mind. So that is correct. 9 minus 2, this times that, or this minus 1 times that is 2. 9 minus that is 7. B-wing is correct. Arc. 9 seconds. 9 minus 2.5 is... okay, I was wondering, what? It's like, did I fuck that up? No, I didn't fuck that up. I was pretty damn careful with this, if I may say so. Okay, let's see if that helped the B-wing along somewhat. Now it actually has more burst fire potential. I think that shall help it a decent amount. The dogfights certainly look a lot better. Not sure how you did it, but it just doesn't look like a swarm of... yeah. I think the way we did it is a lot of sitting here and testing stats. It didn't just came falling from the sky. We did have to do a lot of trying values, but I'm quite content with how it looks right now. Affects large groups of fighters, like 5 X-wings and 4 Y-wings versus 8 TIE fighter squadrons. That is something I have not necessarily tested. But you can be damn sure that the 1v1 balance compared to the balance of bigger groups is going to be very different. Because of the amount of damage being output. For example, interceptors in giant or against giant groups of enemies are going to be much less effective because their shields don't have the time to regenerate. So if you're like swarming a bunch of A-wings with a bunch of TIE fighters, it's going to be much easier to burst down their lower total shield points, but that regenerate faster because they don't have the chance to regenerate. Where are the... Here we go. Alright, now we got our own repeating heavy lasers. Now remember, these are going to technically, the bursts happen in 0.5 seconds because there's 2 of them. And these happen in 1 second, so keep that in mind. Yeah, it's the head-on fight here, and the B-wings don't have a goddamn chance in tits of being able to actually fight that. Yeah, gentlemen, I think we can just say don't try to dogfight with B-wings, because you will get absolutely fucked. I will just for Laser Master though do it against a slightly bigger starfighter than this, because the Arc 170's hitbox up front not that great. I'll put it up against a let's put it against the Tartan. The Tartan is done. Let's put it against a Tartan. Is it? Yeah, it should be a squadron. Alright. 2 Tardans versus 6 B-wings. Is that fair? I'm not sure. But just to show you that the head-on is not that shit, yeah, I suppose Star Viper is also a good one, right? I mean, the Star Vipers will beat them, but, you know, just to show you that they're not shit. I mean, I say that, and then both the torpedoes hit, and then the Star Vipers vanish. That's okay, that was calculated in. Because, of course, the Starvipers come in this formation, and the bombers come in that formation, which means these bombers will focus only a couple of the starfighters, whereas the starvipers will be able to concentrate basically all damage on also only the front of these. But you have to take into account that the firepower of these boys is in lasers, which keep firing, and the firepower of these boys is in torpedoes. So while all those torpedoes go into like 2 Starvipers, and then you're out for 15 seconds, these Starvipers will keep on firing and then trickle down the damage, which will be enough to basically shred them. But at least the torpedoes will hit this time because of the bigger hitbox. Also, these bigger hitbox. This is set to Empire. These need to be set to Empire. Right? Yeah, and then these will be Rebels again. But yeah, I'm fine with the outcome. If we wanted to do more, I reduce the inaccuracy, or I take away the inaccuracy of the torpedoes from the B-wing. Oh, I think I missed some stuff up here. 1 light and 1 heavy. What about the other wingtips? The other wingtips have 3 ion cannons on them. In fact, all wingtips have an ion cannon on them. You got ion cannon, ion cannon, ion cannon, which is fucking incredible, by the way. Then you got the heavy laser right here, and then you got light laser up there, and then 2 advanced torpedo launchers and an ion torpedo. A godlike unit, really. Maybe the advanced one should be more accurate? That's a good point. That's not a bad point, actually. That is not a bad point. Which one have the advanced? We have Defender, we have Defender Elite, we have B-Wing, and we have B-Wing. Are those the only units, well, the only units that are coded? Of the other units that are not coded? By the way, these should have these are now done. Of the units that are not coded, the Super Fighter has an advanced one, and I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Yeah, you know what? Specifically for that, because it's an advanced one, I will make an exception. But only because of that. Regular torpedoes maintain that, and only on bomber units. I know that's kind of fake and it's kind of artificial, but I feel like we can bear that kind of artificial stuff. I'll actually test the arcs and such later as well. Again, now without the inaccuracy. Good point though, Gross, on the advanced torps. They probably should track a little bit more accurately, because they do turn faster as well. Hi, Lister, welcome back, dude. How you doing? We're basically testing a bunch of starfighters for 4 hours. I will put this all up on YouTube, I think, this one specifically. Usually I don't upload normal streams, but man, what is up with the webcam? I don't know what it is, but it's like, it's got this very weird. First of all, that is wrong. And now it's kind of. That does reduce the frame. Why is it so dark on the webcam? I don't know. I'm gonna keep it here though. Otherwise we get super low frame rates. There we go. Arxo POP? Nah. Arxo OP? Nah. I don't think so. They're good. They're really good. I wouldn't even say that the upper class of good. You guys haven't even seen the missile boat yet. You guys haven't even seen the Starwing yet. Now that is a unit you might want against starfighters. You know, against its intended target, the Arc 170 is pretty damn good. You put the Arc 170 up against something that is not its intended target, it's not gonna hit shit with its heavy laser and its regular torpedo. And then yeah, you got the tail guns, but when you're just relying on that, that should be a squadron. Why is that not a squadron? I don't know why that's not a squadron. That's not correct, but whatever. It doesn't really fucking matter. Okay. Why are you guys not? That doesn't matter. Okay. Star Viper. Now with increased accuracy. Ah, that hurt. Okay. How are these doing? Well, if they're not gonna fire, not so very well. They killed the Star Vipers. Alright, so now you have the exact opposite. Instead of a small hitbox with inaccuracy, now it's a large hitbox with no inaccuracy, and then suddenly all the Star Vipers die. That kind of sucks. But, you know, it is head-on, and if they're not head-on, the Starfighters will shred them. You got the heavy laser. The heavy laser on the Tartan, the frontal one, is kind of an exception. That one has a far higher than usual fire rate, far higher DPS. It's basically as if it is burst firing, except without the reload. It just keeps on burst firing. I'll try that again from the B-Wing perspective. Because I strongly believe those B-Wings could do a number on those Tartans if used properly. Which is not, you know, not turning into them. Oh yeah, absolutely, man. We do need the Nebula VO. Oh, we also have an endurance, though. Maybe someone else should record that so that we have a difference in who does which ship. Otherwise, it might sound similar. Nah, you can. I suppose you could do both. I suppose it wouldn't even really matter that much. Yeah, maybe doing both would be nice. You know what? Never mind. I'll let Luke deal with that stuff. Okay. Okay, here we go, boys. These against these, and I'll keep the camera focused on the Tartans. We'll see what happens down here in just a second. Actually, I'll just right-click them again to make sure that they fire. The Star Vipers should still win. I might, if the B-Wings, I'll test this a couple more times if these win again. If the B-Wings keep winning from the Star Vipers, I'm changing the way of fire from the B-Wings back to sequence torpedoes into firing both at the same time. To make it kill less Star Vipers. Ow, 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 ow. That's one gone. Oh, look at those shields. That's like, how many shield points is that? That is 315 shield points in total. And look at how much there is now. And that is when a lot of those ion cannons went into the whatchamacallits, into the other one. Okay, we're gonna test this again. Nope, don't do that. Exception test. Will I change it though? Mm, big hitbox. Can we see something massacring arcs? Oh, we already saw that way earlier, didn't we? The Phantoms completely fucking obliterated the arcs. What else obliterated the arcs? Did I pitch them against the A-Wings? I'm not sure, but we did a whole bunch of testing. I mean, the Defenders completely shredded them. I mean, we've seen some arcs die earlier on.
Yes, sir.
Your transmission is garbled. Repeat, over. Lasers locked and ready.
They have strong resistance.
That sideways firing is really nice.
You want us to do what?
I don't like this outcome.
Fire at will.
I don't like this outcome one bit.
Yes, Commander.
Maximum fire! Fire! Open fire! Attack that target! Attacking target! Fire at
Well,
will!
they are heavies.
Engaging!
They will hit a decent amount of the time. And then the light jewel lasers of these are obviously not going to do jack shit because the light jewel lasers. You know.
Enemies in range.
Good. Heavy lasers, guys. They hurt
Confirmed.
when they hit. Was that the B-Wings
Forward.
mopped up? I believe. No, they're definitely not mopped up actually.
Moving.
Okay, now they're mopped up.
Right away.
Ah, they're off the map.
Moving out.
That's weird. Oh shit, there were way more left actually. Okay.
Concentrating fire.
The light lasers are good to take the shields down because of course there's no damage drop off against shields. But then when they have to take out the hull, that heavy armor is really gonna throw a wrench in things, and the fact that they keep flying off the map is not helping you. Look at the fucking ion cannons on that thing. Fucking bullshit. I'm changing the firing ways of the B-Wing again.
Attack!
Completely ridiculous, this. How do we do it? Do we change the torpedoes back? Do we change the heavy laser back to from a burst weapon to... It's really the torpedoes that are causing the problem. It's really the torpedoes that are causing the problem. They're kind of meant to be effective, though. They are advanced ones. So they track and they hit. Beautiful. Now make it so that they fire at one target instead of the possibility of them spreading to multiple. Alright, I need to do a bit more testing with units that are less specific to these units. Like give me some general kind of units. Something a bit more in between. Like Hunter should obviously shred them, but with no inaccuracy. Don't worry, this is 6 in game, it's just outdated code here. So we have that unit. I wonder how an interdict does. Oh, we can do a Phantom. Let's do a Phantom. Okay. Do Ark have a repeating heavy tail? No. What do you think? How crazy do you think I am? Heavy repeating tail guns? That's insane. No, they are light lasers. I don't even think they're repeating. They're just regular ass light lasers. They're trash against basically anything that's not like light or medium armor. No, you will not find any kind of repeating heavy tail guns. That is kind of insane. But they do have amazing fire arcs, which I am going to change from 180 to 120. To make them just slightly less consistent. Because I think it's the consistency that's causing the expressed effectiveness. They're just slightly too much, you know? Yeah, if it would be a heavy repeating tail gun, that would be insane. Imagine that, dude. It'd be fine. It would shred everything. It would be insane. It would be absolute madness. Holy hell. Though to a certain extent, it would fire slower. So against shitty small units, it would technically be worse, but you really have to overwhelm them. Nah, yeah, it'd still be insane, because at that point you're shooting everything out of the sky, including heavy armor. It would be a slight debuff against light units, but a massive buff against everything that's not like light shitty units, right? So, the way it's currently set up is it is meant to be good against very kind of light units, but not as useful or not at all useful against bigger units. And I also just debuff the fire arcs. It could fire in every direction behind the ship, basically, in a 180 degree circle, or 180 degree, yeah, just that. And currently it is
Ready for orders, sir. TIE squadron here. Ready to commence. TIEs reporting in. Course set. Comlink active.
now it is 120,
Once,
right?
sir. Orders.
Now it is 120.
Instructions received.
Okay, now we are still going to probably lose some of the hunters against the first strike of the B-Wings, but after that, same with the Phantoms by the way, but after that I do anticipate, or they should mop them up, and if that does not happen,
Ready for command, sir.
then I'm doing something to the B-Wing, because this should be a victory for both these and these, because not only are these big targets, which of course units like these are supposed to be pretty good against. But these are equipped with like 2 ion cannons, 2 medium lasers, proton torpedoes. Now they may be regular, but still, these should beat these 9 times out of 10, or at least 8 times out of 10. Then the Phantoms,
Weapons
you know,
armed.
both the Hunters and the Phantoms, really. And if that doesn't happen, then we have a balance problem.
Ready for battle.
Okay, we lost 1 Hunter. These might still fire if they turn around too quick. Depends on what happens, I suppose. Surely we'll be able to blast them out of the sky. I don't even give a shit about your 65 shield points. We have 2 ion cannons, which deal like 30 damage per. And then medium lasers and torpedoes to finish that off.
Ready for orders, sir.
And then these guys just have 3 medium lasers, which that will take them a lot longer to chew through, because of course the lasers and such not as effective against shields. I don't like that. I like this though. This is good. This is the difference that ion cannons make against heavily shielded targets. And then they're gonna get another torpedo strike off.
Course to intercept.
Oh, if you only moved. And then you got in front of the motherfuckers. Alright, and now we're going to be dipping, dodging, and diving. Which people are not necessarily going to be doing in combat, but then I shouldn't do it here. Oh yeah, the arc is... I'm not even sure if I'm comfortable saying that, because if I do recall correctly, I actually made the X-Wing, which the arc is based on, even slower to turn than normal units. No, actually No, not that poorly actually. Not that poorly. Man, X-Wing is just a nice general strike fighter. A general fighter.
Ready to commence. Setting course.
But definitely not the top tier.
Comlink active.
Not the top tier. It's gonna be
Proceeding
medium
to
tier,
location.
really. That's the X-Wing.
Copy.
Decent durability, pretty decent firepower, kind of versatile.
Instructions.
You know, astromech droid.
Scouting area.
Okay, then we do that, and hopefully make the torpedoes miss.
Transmit orders.
Well, a lot of them at least. And then the lasers should hopefully be able to... Oh my god, dude, the light lasers on the wingtips are just not doing anything.
Ready to commence.
It's the triple medium lasers that are doing it here. And again. Now, while these ones may have 3 medium lasers and 3 light repeating lasers, these guys only have 2 medium lasers, but they have the 1 torpedo they fire and 2 ion cannons. And against heavily shielded targets, it is truly the ion cannons that make the difference. It is truly the ion cannons that make the difference. Okay, so now we did one. Good. Now I'm gonna do that again, and I'm just gonna fly head on. Like, head on or not, B-Wings lose against these. And of course, if it's not head on, then God save the B-Wings. Ark is a good multi-role starfighter, not a dogfighting god. That is pretty much what it is. And that's also what it is. I mean, you know, it may be sturdy and shit. And it is strong. It is strong. It's a sturdy starfighter. But you gotta remember, those heavy lasers, they will just not hit anything that is fast, maneuverable, and small. Any starfighter, or any interceptor, if it's not mopped up by the tail gun, like, it just won't have a chance. It just will not hit them. Not the torpedo, not the heavy lasers. And remember, when those miss, you only got the shitty tail guns. And those will not be doing all the work by themselves. Okay, now this is just bad play on the part of the B-Wings. Oh yeah, now that is ideal. They took a lot of damage too.
Ready to commence. Attacking target.
This?
Comlink active.
I'm not so sure if I'm a fan of this. Okay, I got no problems with, you know, the shields tanking all that damage, because those shields are now going to take... B-Wing shield time to full regen is... 22 seconds. Takes 22 seconds to go from 0 to full shield regen. So that's pretty decent.
Awaiting instructions.
And they don't have the astromech, so... that's also good. Oh, nice. That was a nice run. That is...
Orders.
how bloody little damage
Location
can you do
Attack.
with those light lasers?
Ion engine is primed. Fire.
Get him, keep him there. Yeah, very nice. Oh, okay. They came from behind! We thought we came from behind, but turns out it was them. We too have torpedoes, mind you, but you know, they're not advanced. These are big targets, so likely they'll hit. And of course, if you fire in like right on the ass of the unit, they will hit too. Still takes a fucking while though. Which again, I don't necessarily mind. I did set these up specifically to last a while, even against this. Just without a chance to retaliate. That's how the balance is set up with that. I'm not sure about the Phantom matchup. What do you guys think? Can I get some opinions on the Phantom matchup? How that went? I mean, we've seen how the Phantoms completely destroy Arc 170s. I'll even show you. That's 75. Those are not done yet. Those are not coded. I kind of feel the need to apologize for this going so incredibly slowly. That after so many weeks of being on this is all I have. Like that's it. I haven't coded the new units yet. I haven't coded the abilities yet. And the Underworld units aren't even done yet. So I kind of, to some extent, feel the need to kind of like apologize to the team. Like, sorry, this has been going so slow. But I think I'm just gonna go with the good work takes a while, and I think we're getting somewhere. You know, I think we're getting somewhere. And yeah, it may not be done as quickly as we might hope, but I think when this is finished, we will not have to do anything about starfighters. Well, I don't want to say ever again, because you never know what I come up with in the future, but for a long time. For a long time. Okay.
Transmit orders.
Arc 170s against Phantoms, and of course the Hunters.
Ready for orders, sir.
Now, the heavy laser burst should miss.
Targeting.
Oh, hopefully.
Attack formation. Ready to commence.
And so should the torpedo, mostly.
Weapons armed.
And then we completely destroy them.
Comlink active.
Just like last time. At least I do think we did that last time, right? Excuse me?
Awaiting instructions.
Fucking what, bro? Yeah, that's right. I say that's right, but there's still 5 left.
Enemy sighted.
These boys have their S-foils locked. Yes, they do. Is that better or worse for us? I'm not entirely sure. Didn't we test this earlier? I might be thinking of something else, but I thought that we tested this earlier, and I thought they just died in mass. Now, what was that? What was that fighter that the Phantom completely obliterated, like without any kind of. I thought it was the. No, it was the X-wing. I think it was the X-wing actually.
Squadron reporting.
I think it was the X-wing. Why the X-wing and not? Well, lack of tail guns and but the medium lasers kind of should be more accurate here.
Weapons ready.
All right, we'll
Enemies incoming.
try that one again. So the heavy lasers miss.
Roger. Enemy target sighted.
The torpedoes will hit,
They have strong resistance. Ready.
and then this. I still don't understand how the hell. Oh my god, I know what's going on here.
What is your order?
I know what's going on. I'll show you. Gentlemen, remember when I was talking about the interceptor shields, which have lower overall shield points, but much faster regeneration, which means in a dogfight they are much better at sustained fire. Well, as it turns out, not only does a single heavy laser hit completely drain these shield points, but that tail gun is so good that at just keeping up the continuous fire that I don't think the shields even have time to regenerate, despite the fact it only takes 4 seconds to get full shields back. But because there are only 18 points of them. Now, of course, that doesn't fly with the Phantom, and I guess they're kind of similarly matched. How is that stat-wise? Well, I mean, it does have 42 HP. 42 versus 35, and it has an astromech. 35 shield points versus 30. I'd anticipate the hunters to shred them, but they don't, surprisingly. I'd be curious to see how it fares against smaller ships. I'll show you. I'll show you. Because right now, the picture that this is painting is the Arc 170 mops the floor with everything. And that is so not the case. Could you just decrease the inaccuracy enough that they hit 99% of the time instead of make them always hit? Well, I mean, that was what the 2.5 value was supposed to do. So yeah, we can make that happen. But then it's going to miss targets like the Arc 170 a few times. Wait, are we talking about the B-Wing or are we talking about the Arc right now? But yeah, we can very easily make those torpedoes miss. The point is what we're doing right now is starfighters in general. Starfighters and interceptors, basically when they have torpedoes, they will hit... They have no inaccuracy against fighters. Bomber units, such as the... Not the B-Wing, because it's got the advanced one. Things like the Y-Wing or the TIE Bomber, they have inaccuracy on their torpedoes. Also the Scimitar. And the TIE Interdictor, because they fire generally larger volleys. Meaning that if they have no inaccuracy, they're in a head-on engagement, they have a much higher chance of actually just hitting the target due to sheer volume of torpedoes fired. I was not keeping up with chat that well. I'll actually finish reading chat when this one is over. I think they're just so sturdy that with the astromech combined with everything else, it just makes for such a strong package that the Arc... Like, it's not the astromech that's the problem, it's just a neat little thing on the side. Maybe the Phantom just lacks the kind of firepower required. There's also the fact that the Phantom... that shouldn't affect it at all. I would expect the Hunter to be able to take him, to be entirely frank. Oh yeah. I mean, we can obviously do things like make missiles fire faster and slower, and torpedoes. But I try to keep that the same for all the starfighters, basically. Seem to be a bit too good. Oh yeah, now the Arc 170 right now, the fire cones on the turret guns are 120 by 120 for horizontal and vertical. I don't see why the B-Wing shouldn't be able to win sometimes against fighters as a fighter-bomber itself. Well, mostly because it's such an ungodly good unit against starships that with its stats, I mean, if anything gets behind it, it's fucked. I suppose it's kind of fine. But it is definitely really good right now. It's in a very good spot. You know, fine. Okay. Let us try these boys against some dedicated interceptors. Some good boys. We shall go with what's available. Something that's small. Okay, I got you. Vulture droids. They're small. Where's Vulture? I don't know which the default one is. It should be good. So, given the fact that Vulture droids are obviously very, 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 very cheap, I'm going to get 2 of them. Okay, because obviously they're Vulture droids. No, you know what? I want to see how they do against one squadron first. These are Vulture droids, gentlemen. Vulture droids have no shields. They have light armor, only 21 hit points, which means that those light tail guns are going to have a field day. They only have 2 light lasers. They're not particularly fast or agile. Yeah, more agile and fast than normal, but not anything to write home about. But there are 15 in the squadron, whereas there's only 6 arcs. You know what? No, I am going to do it with 2, because that just, otherwise it wouldn't be fair. What else do we have? I kind of want to try a V-Wing, but then we'd have to do 2 V-Wing squadrons as well, and I'm not entirely sure how I feel. Nah, the V-Wings, man, they're fairly cheap. You know what might be a decent matchup? The Royal TIE Interceptor. Those are pretty good. The Royal TIE Interceptors. TIE Interceptor Squadron Elite. Now, this is an elite unit. Mind you, that means for the TIE Interceptor specifically, the Elite TIE Interceptor has been removed. I said every chat. I'll do that after the explanation. The Elite Interceptor has been removed and has been replaced by the Royal one. Okay? The Royal TIE Interceptor has a nice red... I don't think you can see there. No, you can. The Royal Interceptor is red. It's got these nice little fins. It's got a shield generator. It's a fairly good one. They are interceptor shields, so they do have the fast regen rate, and 25 points on interceptor shields is pretty damn good. For reference, an A-wing with interceptor shields has 20, and the Hunter has 18. It's got heavy armor because it's an elite unit. It has the heavy armor attribute. 35 hit points, which is more than a regular interceptor, just slightly. It's got the same 2 light lasers, 2 light repeating lasers, but in addition, it has 1 armor-piercing missile. Now remember, that doesn't go through shields, so first we have to take down the shields of the 170. I think this is a fairly decent matchup. Still in favor of the Royal Interceptors. If somehow the Arcs manage to win this fight, then we're nerfing the Arcs. Straight up. B-Wing should beat Phantoms? That battle cam is actually cool, very movie-esque. If you want to clip that, I will happily upload that clip to YouTube, because it's very hard to get these good cinematic shots, and I would love to have some, you know, I will upload this whole stream to YouTube, but I mean a 5-hour video to sit through, there's a pretty decent chance that people aren't going to get to the cool shots. So if there happen to be cool cinematic shots, and people would like to clip that, I will happily upload those highlights to YouTube, of course, in addition to the stream itself. But yeah, I agree, that battle cam was nice. That is what I want to see, really. Looks so realistic, holy fuck. Thank you. You guys do flatter me sometimes. And I'm not immune to flattery. I'm not immune. God, they are small, aren't they? That's okay though, because that's exactly the point. This is exactly the point, boys. Can they hit small targets? Well, I will show you. I will show you just how useless Arcs are with their heavy, inaccurate cannons and their torpedoes against small targets. Again, if they manage to win this, we're nerfing the Arcs straight up. No mercy. Balancing a game is hard work. Yeah, it takes some testing and some comprende of game mechanics and how it kind of interacts all. But you know, I love doing that. I like that. I like setting up those kinds of systems and thinking about them and testing them. That sort of stuff. It takes way more time than people think. It does. Take your time and make it feel good. That's what I try. And I'm glad that people are patient enough that they're willing to wait for that kind of stuff, you know, and that they let me do these things, you know, go off on a tangent for I don't know how long, and then just test stuff for a long time. Yeah, I'm thinking about nerfing the maneuverability of the Arcs first, if they're too good. The time spent is clearly paying off. Combat in general looks even better than it did pre-FPS sack. Oh yeah, absolutely. This is much better. This is much tighter. On 70 OP, please nerf. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, inaccuracy could be. You know, we can buff debuff these things slightly. We can make incremental changes. It's just that on these kinds of weapons, I like to keep everything uniform across every starfighter. Now that does not look correct. That actually really does not look correct. Let me have a...
TIE interceptor.
Obviously that is correct. Okay, hold on. We are diving into the vulture droid for a second. Because I don't think that is correct at all. Vulture. I do think I set this up. Oh, we went through that whole thing. Vulture droids, Squadron E. Yeah, that is how it should be, but that is not what it looks like in game. Might that be a faulty thing on my part? Yes. Is the number per squadron good? Number per squadron 50, that should be good. And then there is another one. There is another tag. I think it's in the squadron. I don't recall what it is, but I do know it should be set well. Max squad size 50. Okay, this should actually be good. Let me try that again. I don't... Technically nothing changed, but... I don't know. That was just strange. Nothing can survive sustained fire of the rear gunner. Fast and tanky enough to survive so they can win the battle of attrition. Well, the battle of attrition I think is mostly just the fact that the Arc 170s have a lot of HP, base HP, and they have the astromech to repair it. So the longer the battle lasts, the more that repair keeps coming in, of course. And of course shield regens as well, but that's for every shielded fighter. I think it's the maneuverability that's doing it. That and the fire cones on the rear gunner. I might actually slow down the fire coming from the rear gunner, because I don't know, that rear gunner seems pretty good. Seems pretty good. A bit too good, in fact. Now that... Oh, well that is curious. Do we have a container problem? What kind of problem is this? This is actually pretty weird. Yeah, that's dummy fighter squadron. I wouldn't know why that would be correct. Was I playing around with behavior tags? Why does this still exist? Super Vulture Droid Squadron. This is E non-swarm. That just has regular Vulture Droids. This is heavy. Oh, it's because it's a... yeah, but that shouldn't affect us. Interesting. Let me have a quick look at why this is a little fucky, gentlemen. My gut tells me behavior. Simple space locomotor. Okay, well then what about the squadron? I found this this track or this soundtrack in the changelog channel, in the music channel on Discord a while ago, and I really like it. It's really good. So I've already listened to it once today. I'll put something else on for you guys. Have some. No, that one always sits right with people. That one always sits right with people. We are missing something, so let us select for compare, and then we compare with selected, and then we find out what exactly is going on here. I think it's the squadron that is having the issue, so we shall scroll down there. Formation. It's like we're missing a whole lot of data. We are missing a whole lot of data. Are we? Formation order, formation error tolerance, formation order. Build stuff is not relevant. GUI offset, GUI distance. But that's not even in use. Could not having that be some kind of autonomous move versus that too should it's even there. What a strange bug. Yeah, the gunner is aimbot. Well, I mean they do, you know, light lasers, they are the most accurate kind of lasers. It's true. I do believe it is currently already set up that way, Graz. It shouldn't be able to fire through the ship already. Dummy Space Fighter Squadron. That is there. You know what? I am very simply going to quickly copy this squadron and then simply recode it, because I don't really particularly care for trying to figure out just exactly what the problem is, you know? That kind of stuff can take a while sometimes. So bear with me for a second as we very quickly go through this. 50, dummy, formation, yes, that's good. Suppose that's fine. Build cost, that's all kind of meh. Doesn't really matter. Since it can't be built, tech, yeah, that's all fine. And here we get to the formation. Icon is of course important. GUI model name is kind of meh. Oh, do you think? Nah, that can possibly be the problem. Right? I don't know, man. I've seen weirder things happen. GUI distance, that's all kind of meh. SFX build complete. I'll put in suppose. Again, you can't really build them anyway. Build initially locked, yes. For formation I'll put that up to, what do we have there? 25? That's a bit much. How about 50? Normally I set it at 2, but you know, with droids being droids and shit. Oh, it's just don't give a shit. Hans, yeah, now is the, yep, that's literally all fine. Okay, let's try that again. Shall we? I don't know what button I just pressed, but it just minimized all my stuff. There we go. And then this is just completely fine, really. Okay, let's attempt that again. This is the non-swarm version, of course. Let's do it. Vorian? Oh yeah, it's a good remix. Need to get myself some more water. Stay hydrated. But yeah, if the Ark somehow managed to win these engagements, I think we'll start with. There's a couple things we can do really. Reduce the accuracy of the tail gun, reduce the fire rate of the tail gun, reduce the agility of this unit. I don't think the heavy lasers are the problem really. I don't believe it's the heavy lasers. As such, I shouldn't really nerf the maneuverability, I think. Well, this is interesting indeed. That means it's the... Well, one would almost think that the locomotor is faulty. So it's not the... Simple space locomotive. Okay. I don't know why this is this way. But that's very wrong. That was the issue. I thought I checked that. Maybe not. Of course, simple space locomotor is what one uses on starships, which don't play nice with squadrons at all. I'd argue for reducing tail gunner accuracy. Yep. That's what I was thinking too, Grim. Exactly that reasoning. I completely agree. And here we go.
TIE interceptor here.
All right, we got the Royal TIE interceptors.
Interceptor squad reporting. Course set.
To Vulture droid squadrons. These are pretty fast, of course. You know them being. Oh, here we go. There go the missiles.
Empire.
Yeah. I expect this to go well for our boys. Our boys, not their boys. And then these guys. Well, the Vulture, you know what I mean.
Ready for command, sir. Squadron
Wow,
standing
didn't kill a single one.
Commencing attack run.
Sturdy units. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, and that's them dead. I'm not sure if we lost a single one there. Now, we definitely lost some vultures. But, I mean, they're vulture druids, fuck them. That took a long fucking time. As you can see, these things take no fucking damage whatsoever from these light lasers. But, that's why we have, you know, spares. Tail guns always firing. Wow, although they're actually killing him. What the? Okay, we're using tail guns right now. Okay. Okay. Well, you know what? We'll give him medium laser inaccuracy. How about that? I'll do it again. Also, where's my tri-fighters? Watch those tri-fighters. And of course we will have 2 of them, because that I copied that over. That should be. I know what the problem is there. Man, so many small issues that slip through the cracks. No, that is set up correctly. Okay, then that must just be a. Oh no, it is correct. Never mind. It just removed the height difference. Yeah, indeed. That was lol indeed. Well, at least the, at least the Royal Interceptors completely trashed them. As is expected. Vulture droids, gentlemen. Light laser cannons, not that fucking good. Against, well, I mean, that's medium armor. That's not even heavy armor. God, can you imagine what happens against heavy armor? Yikes.
Thou fool! I have been trained in thy Jedi arts by Count Dooku.
Oh! Vulture droids aren't mine. Triers, rather. Empire, there we go. Save that bad boy. Then get out of this map. Relaunch that game. Now let's do that again.
Starfighter Squadron reporting. We're on station.
Now, currently the buzz droid missiles don't actually launch any buzz droids. Now, I know that's kind of an oversight, but I haven't quite figured out how to properly do that, right?
We're ready for action. Please repeat the communication.
Alright, now we have, I think 8 tri-droids in a squadron, and 15 vultures, so.
What is your order?
Here we go. Oh my god, those trails are way too particle intensive. That is a huge fucking mistake. Oh, that's gonna cause a tremendous amount of lag in large battles. Oh, I need to change that. I need to very desperately change that.
Your transmission is garbled. Repeat.
I need to very desperately change that, because that is not good. Looks pretty, but it's not good. Oh, they mocked up nicely. How is this? Hey, no! Too late. Guys, you should see the heavy missile platform. I will show you the heavy missile platform. Okay, well that kind of, polluted the test. Let's do that again. Jesus. We need, feed, missile, projectile, Discord, there we go. They're called Discord missiles, guys. I didn't make it up, really. They're called Discord missiles. They don't make the pig noise. Oh, you fucking particle editor cocksucker. I do hate that. But you know what? Fuck it. H. Now, we only have 4 of them, but I anticipate that we will only require, hopefully, 4 of them. We call it the Heavy Missile Platform. It is called this because it fires a lot of missiles. Those blue missiles are very pretty in the GPU melting. Yeah, don't worry, I'll change that. It's not that bad, but it's definitely too bad. What? Doesn't everyone have a 2080? Unfortunately, it's not even the 2080. That's the that's what's gonna save you. I think particle shit's all CPU mostly. Sounds a little counterintuitive, but I didn't make the rules.
Yes, General. Yes, sir.
That does make me happy, hearing that. Oh, we're already at max? Okay.
Destination
Roger. Advancing. Affirmative.
Your command.
Your command.
Roger that. Enemies incoming.
Alright, hold up.
Enemy target sighted. Ready.
Why can't I?
Ready,
Okay,
sir.
there we go. I was wondering why can't I unselect these? Okay. Here we go. Heavy missile platform, boys. It fires several missiles. It also has a fuck ton of turrets. It has a grand total of, I do believe, 1 medium laser. It has 2 dual light laser turrets, and it has 2 medium lasers on the wingtips. Now those only fire forwards, but I mean the rest all turrets. And missiles are missiles. No longer as good against ships as it used to be, but as, you know, a gunship against starfighters, pretty good.
B-wing here.
No, don't you dare go in there.
B-wing squadron. Encountering resistance.
By the way, if you do have any other units beside the vultures that would be able to be good against the arcs, if they're not fired upon, this is where you send them in. Because the arcs are so occupied with the vultures that they're Okay, well, I mean... Too late! They're going in. Oh dear. Ooh. Ouch. And that is before I add the buzz droids. Ooh. Yikes. Let's do that again. That was fun. I still should show you guys the missile boat. I still haven't coded that in, and I've been for a few hours now, been this close to just coding the missile boat. It wouldn't take me that long. It would take me like maybe 15 minutes, and then we have a real missile boat. You know what I'm saying?
Destination log.
All right, let's make sure that they can get a shot off too. There we go, and now you think the tail gun of the arcs are good. Oh, the turrets of the arcs are good. Wait till you see the turrets on these bad boys. And this is no light lasers either. These are dual the light lasers of the Arc 170. And then a medium laser on top of that. And I can't recall if they're repeating or not. Not that it really matters. I mean, the big oomph here, of course, is the missiles. No, don't underestimate the turrets.
Circuits fungible.
You know, this thing is really good. I think this thing is a bit too good. I mean, it's easy to overwhelm it. Let's show you guys what happens if you overwhelm it. Let's do these against, instead of arcs, we'll put them against 2 V-wings. 2 of them because, well, they're V-wings. They're not as expensive as... Hellion, good. And then we go again. I greatly enjoy the feature that the maps are only loaded when you actually have selected them in the skirmish menu and you go, you press play. Which means that you can, while in game, without having to restart, you can just make these changes. Beautiful. By the way, can I get some feedback on the heavy missile platform? I'm getting the idea that they're maybe slightly too good. Now that was against slow, big targets that, missiles are perfect for hitting, but these are now against V-Wings, and that should be a lot closer of a match, because of course there's more of them, and they're smaller and faster and more agile. I say that and then not taking into account that there are in fact turrets on these things, which will in fact do a number on them. Okay, I need to, okay. Alright, new plan. All turrets have increased in accuracy. How about that one? How about that one? That was maybe a bit too much. I am gonna set these up as 750, I think. So I'm gonna give each turret 5 additional points of inaccuracy. And I'll put that in documentation. Turret weapons have additional inaccuracy due to increased fire angles. Better fire angles. Now which ones are turreted? Let me quickly have a look here. Skip rate. I'm not sure if that. Yeah, that is. This is turreted. Which means that the arc actually needs 7 instead of. The Lambda. Where is the rare one? It's the rare one we need. Actually, technically it's all the ones. Technically, it's all the ones. Lambda should be fine. Lambda, Sentinel in general should be fine. We sure about that? I'm pretty sure about that. What about the Tartan? Tartan 2 really should be fine. I don't care how you justify, increased better targeting computers or whatever, but the point is the Tartan comes in groups of 2, so really that does need a little bit of help. What about things like the A-Wing can stay, I suppose. The Y-Wing turreted ion, that's fine too, I think. Right, the X4. This is the Kazanti, which I think is fine for gunships. Again, I don't really care how you justify it. I think that should just stay the way it is, given the fact there's so few of them. Right, we just did the Arc 170, then there's that one is the same weapon. Skip ray we just did. The Super Fighter, also only 4 per squadron. Oh yeah, but those are the mass drivers, friend. Right, I haven't coded the Super Fighter yet. Okay. Keep that in mind. Those mass drivers. Guys, the Super Fighter is. Look, no matter which group you pick as the criminal underworld, you're gonna get some sort of OP mass driver equipped unit. Okay, either you pick the Zond Consortium, and you get the 175, which just has the mass drivers. Or you pick the criminal underworld, or the Black Sun, in which case you get the super fighter, in which case you get exactly that, except that those mass drivers are now turreted, and you get 2 heavy lasers, heavy repeating lasers, and an advanced torpedo, and an MP missile. The super fighter is pretty good. And then the HUDs don't currently have any analog for that, but that's just kind of sucks to be HUDs right now. Heavy missile platform, that's the OP one currently. The starfighter is fine. Heavy missile platform is not. Here we go. Now these are fucking firing angles, guys. Now that one is also medium, so let's do it this way. And then we shall try that again. Right, that's normal. Then we get the thing. Okay, that should be good. Alright, let's try that again. The goal here is to get it down in such a way that these V-wings will be able to beat the heavy missile platforms. Just shitting out missiles. That is our feedback. That's okay though, because it's very accurate feedback. Yeah, well, that is more or less how it is set up, I guess. That is more or less how it is set up. Corvettes like the TPC shouldn't get a turret aiming penalty because they don't. Well, I mean, the Tartan specifically does move like starfighters, but it's also much slower. And because there's only 2 of them, and those guns aren't even that strong to begin with, I am going to absolve them of the penalty. I don't really mind how, what kind of justification there is. I mean, you can always just say, well, it's got better targeting computers or something like that.
Yes, sir.
Roger. Advancing. Affirmative.
We need some new VO for the Vulture drones.
Roger that.
I believe we probably already have some, but
Ready. Enemies incoming.
I mean, they're still finding targets everywhere.
Stay in formation.
Man, they're also really quick, aren't they?
I've got something.
Destination locked.
Keep your eyes open. Making some hits. Ready, sir.
Okay. Heavy missile platform, speed 2.5. Maneuverability really is fine. It's just the fact that, well, they're just good. Shit, they already have, on average, less HP, but they have on average much less HP than most other like 4 group. Where's the skip rate? 75, 65 to 90? What was I thinking? Well, what is the justification here, friends? Because there is one, I just have forgotten what it is. I have just forgotten what it is. And I can't reconstruct the reasoning, meaning that at least for the time being, we are changing it. The shield points I'm relatively fine with. It's mostly the HP that I'm not fine with. That's going down to 50. So in total we have 135. That's still more HP than a damn skip ray. Than a damn skip ray. I feel like this is much better, because not only is this an unholy amount of damage, tracking damage, and turreted weapons, it's also a lot of hit points that I cannot justify given the small size of the unit. So we're going to do it this way, and then we're going to try that again. Okay. Well, looking forward to that. I always like the droid VO, as long as it's not like Clone Wars droid VO. I think we're pretty much in agreement on that one, so. Looks like I'm in charge now. Fucking who thought that shit up? Someone who wanted to make a kid show. That is who came up with that. Which is not my preferred content. Alright, let's try that again. This time I actually want to see some of these die. In fact, preferably all of them. Why are the squadrons still visible on the radar? That shouldn't be the case. Visible on radar? No, it says it right fucking there. And yet here we are. Squadron visible on the radar. Why? Some units seem to have it and some of them don't. The fuck did they? Yeah.
Circuits functional. Market inside.
Well, it's hard to have a decent fight when the AI is too stupid to engage. That might have to do with faulty AI combat. Yeah, it does. Faulty AI combat. Do it from the other side.
B-Wing Squadron. Affirmative.
Squadron reporting.
Ready for duty.
We're here. Advancing.
Warm up. Copy. I copy. Enemies incoming. Waiting order.
Weapons on. Enemies incoming. Setting course. Heading out.
Man, they are pretty hard to select. Oh, we're dealing hull damage, at least. I mean, they'll be dealing hull damage against us too, you know. With that many lasers, our small little interceptor shields are not gonna... Really? Still?
Lasers locked and ready.
The fuck, guys?
Weapons ready. Order acknowledged.
And then, of course, these are gonna get absolutely railed by these. Due to their size.
Yes, sir. You made
Roger.
Like, the missiles will just hit every time. Pretty much every time. Yeah, pretty much every time. Okay. Is it... No, they have medium armor, not heavy. Alright, then I'll add the size tag to the squadron, radar size tag, and I will set it to 0. Maybe that will do. Alright, 40 HP. I suppose it does have a ton of exposed missiles, so it makes sense that they wouldn't have that much HP. Now if they're hit with an explosive, they will go down in 2 torpedo hits, yeah. This will probably be one of the last testing runs, though. If you guys have any other matchups you'd like to see, let me know in chat. Y-Wings are not currently coded, which is why you haven't seen them yet. I wonder if I should activate the chat box for these kinds of things. And it's a little late for that now, but you know what? I think I'm just going to put that up there. There we go. It shouldn't be too big. There we go. If you guys find that annoying, of course, also let me know and I'll disable it. I suppose I'm going to start uploading this stuff to YouTube more consistently. I should keep that chat box enabled. See, the ARC 170, they are not visible on the radar. They are not at all visible on the radar. Yeah, it does take a lot of shots, but you will get them down with the light lasers. Of course, if you're not doing this with the light lasers and you're doing this with any other kind of caliber, this will be way better. This will go way better. Come on. Is that apparent inherent speed I spot there? I think so. Well, that was barely a victory, but it was a victory. Now, assuming these arcs are actually going to lose against these droids. God, I need a new tailgun. So, Laser Master, do we have new sounds for these lasers?
Roger.
Because one can only hear the TIE fighter beep, beep, beep for so long before I start going mad.
What is your order?
The light lasers are just not effective enough. The light lasers are just too shitty. On the vultures, that is. So what happens if we replace one of these with a tri-fighter squadron? These are as they are. I mean, they are interceptors. They should kind of counter these. What happens if I mix this with an 170? Well, then we should just fucking win. But that's also because that total amount of credits will be much higher than that. And I'll do it anyway, but the tail guns of the ARC 170. As long as it's not the goddamn TIE Fighter Screech, I'm happy. Vulture Droid? Now the Vulture Droid already has new sound. I actually put those in myself a long time ago. It's everything else that still needs unique fire sounds. Specifically right now the ARC 170 tail guns. Again, anything, as long as it's not the TIE Fighter. Pew. It would be nice, by the way, it would be nice if we have, for example, different...
Squadron reporting. Advancing. We're here.
What do you call it?
Weapons armed. Setting course.
Roger.
You know how the how you can set the pitch up and down for
Enemies incoming.
okay, now the ARC should do the job.
Weapons ready.
You know how you can set the pitch for sound effects? What if you have a couple of versions of, say, the TIE Fighter Screech, the laser, so that we can use them for the different calibers of lasers, like heavy, medium, light,
Ready.
so that there's a little variation there, so that it doesn't all sound the same.
Roger. Heading out. Enemies incoming.
Oof, those arcs. Those arcs do get countered pretty badly by the Tri-Fighters, I have to say. A much better match than the Vulture Droids, or than against the Vulture Droids. I actually think one Tri-Fighter squadron might even be able to take out an ARC 170 squadron.
Target sighted.
I've got him lined up.
I think for the Clone Wars units, the counters might be a bit too harsh,
B-Wing squadron.
and not by a little bit.
Lasers locked and ready.
Specifically, the Tri-Fighter seems an ungodly dogfighter with the missiles and its medium laser. It's such a small target. Like, it's basically the Vulture, but with actual weapons that can deal damage. Oh, no, don't do that. Of course, you can't really kill the game as soon as it launches. You need to wait for that. Okay, well, feel free to apply that to the units at any time. Let's see. I think I am going to leave it at this, though. Unless you guys have anything you would like to see, then I think I will export this to YouTube. And hopefully people are happy with what they're seeing. I do really hope so. I am pretty satisfied with it, except maybe for some of the harder counters. The ARC 170 has been slightly nerfed with its tail, in regards to its tail gun. The heavy missile platform has been extremely nerfed. Like, its HP is much lower. It still deals a lot of damage, but it is now pretty damn killable. Still has the medium armor, just far lower shield points and hit points. That was one of those situations where on paper it looked decent, and then in game it was just OP as shit. I should have thought about that with the amount of target tracking that's going on there with the turrets and the missiles, in combination with high HP, just very, very strong. Alright. Well, no rush on that, of course. Plenty of other things to do, and well, this is no. This isn't really that high priority. You know, firing sounds and shit. Anyway, if that be all, and you guys don't have anything else you would like to see, then I do wish you all a very, very good night, of course. It's come along nicely. Oh yeah, definitely. I am very, very glad it is working as intended, mostly. With how long stuff took. But we're getting there. We didn't end up coding in that heavy or the missile. Fuck. Where is the? Is it really that missile-y? Because the heavy missile platform SMG fires like 8 missiles, which is a lot. Missile boat has, 8 as well. Except in a much better distribution. Instead of 4 Discord and 4 regular, you get either IP or HA, which you can pick, and then a conch missile, 2 regular ones, and an ion pulse, which hits first. So that is just absolutely devastating. Anyway, gentlemen, I wish you all a very good night, good evening, afternoon, morning, whichever it may be, of course, for you. I will be back some other time. Today was mostly testing, I would say. Not really much coding got done. It's mostly balancing and balance testing, but that is, of course, important as well. For obvious reasons. And yeah, it also served nicely as a showcase for the new starfighters, and I hope that the people on YouTube will also be happy with the results. So thank you all very much for hanging out, and I will see you all next time. Until